for those living in poverty has health coverage that is accessible and affordable. Medicaid is not charity, it is justice. It is the guarantee that we do not abandon people who need the most care. I'm proud to stand here with Leader Jeffries and everyone who is working to protect and expand Medicaid, because protecting Medicaid means protecting families like mine, and protecting the very values of compassion and fairness that we say this nation stands for. And now we're going to hear from Tony.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'd like to thank Congressman Jeffries and all the members of Congress who have given me this opportunity to travel from Pennsylvania to share my story. Again, my name is Tony Gonzalez, and I live in Indiana County, Pennsylvania with my wife and my daughter. My youngest daughter, Amber Gonzalez, is with me to help lend her daddy some strength and comfort during this time. Roughly 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 thymic carcinoma cancer, and I'm currently being treated for the cancer and receive chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and radiation therapy regularly. Fortunately, I've been able to purchase affordable health care through the Pennsylvania State Health Insurance Coverage Marketplace called Penny to cover my cancer treatment. Right now, I have a gold plan that has a low premium, all thanks to the ACA subsidies, otherwise known as the Enhanced Premium Tax Credits. But even with this low premium and the Enhanced Premium Tax Credits, my individual out-of-pocket maximum is still $7,500. Between my wife and me, the total out-of-pocket cost is $15,000. With my cancer treatment, I end up meeting my out-of-pocket maximum every year, and the costs do add up. I'm a full-time college professor for a small college in the Pittsburgh area, but I admit with some embarrassment that I struggle to even pay most of the co-insurance as part of my out-of-pocket responsibility. My wife also has chronic illnesses and is not able to work, so we really rely on the coverage to keep us in the fight for our lives. The Enhanced Premium Tax Credits are so critical to help us afford our health coverage. Without them, our monthly premium would jump from $234 to around $450 a month, which would put us in further financial strain, and we really already break even just as it is. We want to be responsible and pay for our health care, but if premiums go up or we lose the enhanced premium tax credits, we'll have no other choice other than to drop our coverage altogether or purchase a plan with a higher deductible and out-of-pocket maximum that won't meet our needs. I hope and pray that these subsidies don't go away, because if they do, we'll be forced to compromise paying some bills and run the real risk of medical debt. I'm not the only American facing these challenges. My circumstances are not unique, and I'm not alone in this health battle. Members of Congress, I and millions of Americans implore you to extend the enhanced premium tax credits before it's too late. Thank you for your time. I now yield to Catherine for some remarks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Catherine Henderson, and I'm a surgical oncology nurse at The Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center, James Cancer Hospital. I am also proud to say that I'm a member of the Ohio Nurses Association, where I'm the Health Policy Council Chair, which is an affiliate of AFT. I am here today because I can't remain silent when it comes to protecting my patients and their health. I'm here today for my colleagues, near and far, who have committed their entire careers to a cause greater than themselves. Here are the facts. This summer, Republicans in Congress and the Trump White House enacted a big, ugly law that slashed Medicaid and ended health care tax credits for working families, all to fund tax breaks for the wealthy. And the result? A full-blown health care crisis. Up to 15 million people could lose their coverage. Hospitals and clinics will be forced to close or cut essential services. And even those with insurance, like me, will face higher premiums. It could literally mean choosing health care or rent or groceries. And hospitals aren't just health care, which we all know is a fundamental right. They're economic anchors. When a hospital or clinic closes, the whole community feels it. The ripple effects, jobs disappear, schools and small businesses also suffer. The impact here is clear. If this crisis isn't resolved, these places increase burdens not only on patients, but the remaining communities to provide care where the capacity and nurses are already stretched thin. At the James, we take care of patients from across the country. Without insurance, I worry that someone's mother or father or other important family member would have to forego preventative treatment or further cancer treatments. Regardless of your political party, everyone knows that cancer doesn't discriminate and early detection is life-saving. In other words, no one will be spared from this hurt if Congress fails to act. Now we face the looming threat to shut down the government and lay off workers rather than working together to protect Americans' health care. Republicans control Congress and the White House. If the government shuts down, it's because there was a choice made. One that prioritizes politics over protecting health care and keeps our costs from rising. Our country, our patients, nurses, and families deserve stability, health care, and dignity, and we're going to fight for it. I urge Republicans to do the right thing. Work across the aisle to find a solution, one that protects health care, lowers costs, and keeps the government open. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Catherine, for framing that discussion and ensuring that we talk about your patients, the people who you serve and see every day. Thank you, Tony, for sharing your story and being honest about the decisions that families will have to make about whether to carry forward with their health care costs, whether to pay their health premiums, or make difficult family decisions. And Teresa, thank you so much for taking care of your kids and being the anchor in the family that they need. When House Republicans passed their big ugly law, it was the biggest health care cut in the country that we have ever seen. And the fallout was immediate and it was swift. Hospitals and clinics across this country began closing. Patients started facing longer wait times and travel times. Healthcare workers began losing their jobs, and costs started to go up for everyone. At a time when Americans continue to struggle to afford everyday needs because of Donald Trump's tariffs, Republicans voted to take health care away to make it an expense out of reach for so many. Damage has been done, but Republicans can still change course. Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, and the White House. They could act right now to prioritize the health care of the American public. That's why Democrats are in town. That's why Democrats are here. We're ready to work in a bipartisan way to keep government open, to lower costs, and to save health care. For months, we have been sounding the alarm that the Republican health care crisis that has been manufactured by House Republicans needs to end. Democrats know that unless Congress acts right now to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, the dual health care and affordability crisis will continue to get worse. These credits make health care less expensive for millions of Americans when they otherwise wouldn't be able to afford it. Democrats are giving Republicans the opportunity to do the right thing, a second chance to fix the crisis that they've created. Unfortunately, it seems Donald Trump and his Republican henchmen are hell-bent on pushing us toward a government funding shutdown, rather than saving health care for their constituents. We implore our Republican colleagues to change course. Abandon that approach. Put people first. Cancel your vacation. Cancel your vacation. Cancel these cuts. Lower costs. Save health care. Work with us. It's what the American people want. We will continue to work to ensure that Americans have the health care that they deserve, the health care that they've been promised, the health care that they have come to expect, so they don't have to make difficult decisions that affect their families, that put their communities in jeopardy. So health care clinics don't close, and more hospitals don't close their doors. That's what we're fighting for. If this shutdown continues, this will be on Republicans. Republicans in the Senate, Republicans in the House, Republicans that occupy the White House. This is a shutdown they will own, and the American people are paying attention. I'm so proud to stand with our House colleagues to demand that House Republicans cancel their vacation, cancel the cuts, lower the costs, and save health care. Thank you so much.
I'm free. Joey. Have to do, get support from the Democrats. House has passed it. This is the House passed bill. We take it up in the Senate, pass it, send it to the President. President signs it into law, and the government stays funded. Pretty straightforward, right? And it's something that was done many, many times in the past, as I mentioned, by Democrats when they had the majority. Now, Mr. President, this right here is a chart I mentioned 13 times. So when the Democrats were in the majority around here, 13 different occasions, we passed short-term continuing resolutions, funding resolutions to keep the government funded. And as you can see, there were a lot of, interestingly enough, Republicans who voted to keep the government open when the Democrats had the majority. 13 separate occasions. You look at the numbers there, the lowest number on any one of those is 65 votes. All we need today in the Senate, in order for us to keep the government open, is to get 8 Democrats to vote with Republicans. That's all it takes. That's all it takes, 8 of them. Doesn't have to be all of them. I mean, I understand the reason, in many cases, the Democrats don't want to go down this path now, has nothing to do with the substance of this. I mean, again, look at this. They're on to argue about the substance of a continuing resolution that funds the government for 7 weeks, at which time they'll have similar leverage. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has everything to do with politics. Because when this happened, there was a Democrat president in the White House. Now there's a Republican president, President Trump. That's what this is about. It's about partisan politics. Now, there's another chart, which I will show you here, which I think points out, too, the hypocrisy of the Democrats. This is the percentage of Democrat senators who supported Biden-era CRAs. Look at that, 100%. 100%. There was two of them was 98%, so they must have lost 1 or 2 on their side on a couple different occasions. But 13 times, when they had the majority, almost all of them, without exception, voted to fund the government. Because that's kind of simply what we do. We try to avoid government shutdowns because they tend to be disruptive, and everybody knows that. In fact, you can go through a long list of quotes, and I'll just give you a few, give you a frame of reference. In 2023, the Democrat leader called a shutdown, and I quote, avoidable, irresponsible, and deeply damaging, end quote. And noted that a shutdown would cause, and I quote again, disruptions for millions of New Yorkers to services they rely on, while thousands of federal workers could be furloughed, end quote. In 2019, during the midst of a government shutdown, the senior Democrat senator from Hawaii stated, and I quote, while rich people are protected, this shutdown leaves the people who are most vulnerable to fend for themselves, end quote. In 2023, the senior Democrat from Massachusetts, who has been one of the biggest voices in support of a shutdown this time around, had this to say, and I quote, okay, so let's start with how much pain a government shutdown is going to cause us right here in Massachusetts. We have about 25,000 federal workers in Massachusetts. These are public servants, just trying to do their jobs, trying to help people. They have mortgages, they have child care bills, they got to put gas in the tank and food on the table, and they're not going to get their paychecks. End quote. Well, that's a sampling, Mr. President. This is an endless video loop of members on this side who've been saying these things now for years, not decades. So I could go on. In fact, let me just give you a couple more for some additional perspective. We've got Democrats as recently as this year talking about the negative effects a shutdown has on American families. And now, Democrats are so committed to shutting down the government, they're rejecting a clean, nonpartisan, short-term funding extension, the very same kind of extension that, as I mentioned, they supported 13 times during the Biden administration. So what's changed, Mr. President? I think we all know. It's not that the problems with the shutdown have changed. All those quotes that they said, I assume maybe they still believe them. It's that the Democrats' far-left base and far-left senators have demanded a showdown with the president. And the Democrat leaders have bowed to their demands. And apparently, the American people just have to suffer the consequences. Now, Mr. President, when I took office as Majority Leader, I made it clear my commitment to regular order, in particular to a bipartisan appropriations process. And I've delivered on that. We've passed 3 of the fiscal year 2026 appropriations bills with strong bipartisan margins here in the Senate, and I am eager to get back to bipartisan appropriations work. And that's why Republicans have put forward a clean, nonpartisan, short-term funding resolution to keep the government open, to enable us to finish that appropriations work. We wanted a completely non-controversial bill so that no one would be inclined to vote against it, and so that we could get back to funding the government the way it should be funded, not through endless CRs, but through thoughtful, considered, year-long appropriations bills. But, Mr. President, the Democrats just can't take yes for an answer. They're rejecting a bipartisan process and attempted to take government funding hostage. And I had hoped that yesterday's White House meeting might mean that Democrats are starting to rethink their plans to shut down the government. But it seems that their leadership, at least, is full speed ahead. Republicans, Mr. President, House, Senate, and White House are united in our commitment to fund the government through a clean, nonpartisan funding resolution, and then to get back to the business of bipartisan appropriations. And so Democrats have a choice to make. They can shut down the government and subject the American people to all the problems that come with the shutdown, many of which, as I said, they've enumerated in the countless quotes they've made in the past. Or they can join Republicans to pass a clean, nonpartisan, short-term funding bill and keep the government's lights on. For the sake of the American people, Mr. President, I really hope they choose the latter. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Does the senator from New York want to enter into a conversation about this?
I want to make my point.
Go ahead and make your point.
Here's my point. On every one of these... I need to grab a mic. Yeah. I just wanted... On every one of these...
The Democratic leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if we can get an easel, bring it over, please. I thank the leader for letting me borrow his chart for a minute. So he's pointed to each of these bar graphs, percentage of Democratic senators who supported Biden CRSs. Yes, that's true. Guess why? In each case, Democrats negotiated with Republicans and said, let's have a bipartisan bill. The leader says it's a clean bill. It's a partisan bill. Not once were Democrats asked for what input should be in the bill. We were not told about it. We were not asked about it, etc. Nor did Speaker Johnson talk to Hakeem Jeffries. You cannot pass legislation in the Senate when it comes to appropriations unless it is bipartisan. So the leader will say it's clean. No, it's not clean because there was no discussion. Every one of these times I went to the Republican leader and said, what do you need, what do you want? And in many cases, we had to significantly change the bill. One of our bills had aid to Ukraine. The Republicans didn't want it. To avoid shutting down the government, we talked to them, negotiated, and took it out. But not once was there any bipartisan discussion or talk on this bill. We wanted to give our Republican colleagues a chance. That's why some of us back in March said, okay. But we saw what happened after that. We saw a decimation of health care in the BBB. So bad right now that 80% of Americans support renewing the tax credits of the ACA. We saw them use rescissions, pocket rescissions, impoundments to undo what was done in the legislative process. So the world has changed, but that one way it's changed, and there are several, and I'll get to those, one way it's changed is there was no discussion. And we asked to have meetings. Hakeem Jeffries and I asked the leader and the speaker to sit down with us as early as July. They didn't. The job of a leader is a bipartisan negotiation. And the appropriators, which you'll say are discussing things. But the two issues we care about, extending the ACA credits, broadly popular with the American people, so they don't want to talk about it, they want to change the subject, and ending these rescissions and impoundments, which would undo what we would do. The four appropriators, when they got down and discussed it, they said that should be for the four leaders to discuss. That's what Thune said. That's what Cole said, the Republican head of appropriations in the House. That's what Collins said. That's what Murray said. That's what DeLauro said. They did not discuss it with us at all. So to say the appropriations process is working is wrong. It's not working. It's not working because the leaders wouldn't discuss it with us, as we discussed with Republicans on every single one of these, what should be in the bill and add to the bill. Please.
So the senator from New York, the way that we've done it, and it's a different business model than the one he used, we actually have the Appropriations Committee sit down. And the date that they came up with, November 21st, was agreed upon by the House and Senate appropriators, Republican and Democrat.
Would the Speaker yield? Would the leader yield?
I will. And the Ukraine issue you're talking about wasn't a CR. That was an entirely different issue. So don't throw that into this mix.
It was not.
But
it was
what
not
we're
an
talking
entirely
about,
different
the
issue.
Democrat leader and his colleagues have the same leverage on November the 21st. This is a short-term CR. This is what we do all the time around here, as witnessed by the chart that you're just using there. 24 pages long, funds the government till November the 21st, at which time you have the same leverage then that you have right now, and we have until the end of the year to fix the ACA credit issue. And we're happy, as I said yesterday, and I've said on multiple occasions, to sit down with you to do that.
Thank you. Now, reclaiming my time.
Nice.
They did not agree to the bills that the leader is talking about because they said explicitly, Democrat and Republican, there are two issues they can't resolve: impoundments and rescissions and ACA tax credits in health care. And they all agreed, the four of them, that they couldn't agree to a bill until the leaders discussed it with us. We asked the leaders to discuss it with us in July, in the middle of August, at the end of August, in September. They refused. And now he says, give us another 45 days. Well, frankly, the Republicans have had 45 days since March. 145 days, another 45 days, another 45 days. And in the room yesterday, Johnson said he doesn't want to do it at all. He doesn't want to have any compromise. So the time to do it is now. And the idea that we can do it till January, when we talked to the president yesterday, he didn't understand this. But I know that the leader does. On October 1st, in a day or two, millions of Americans, millions, are going to get notices that their insurance premiums will rise an average of $400 a month, $5,000 a year. A middle-class family can't afford that. We want to renew those credits, among other things in health care, but renew those credits so that people won't pay that horrible increase. You can debate health care all you want, but the overwhelming majority of Americans, Democrat, Independent, and even a good number of Republicans, want us to renew those credits. And the impoundment rescission, I mean, what does the leader think? That we should go along, come to an agreement, and then let them undo it unilaterally as they've done once and now have asked to do it more? No way. That's not how you deal with this, and we never had another president who did it. So I repeat, I love this chart. Democrats negotiated with Republicans. Democrats negotiated with Republicans. Democrats negotiated with Republicans, and on through the whole chart. Didn't happen this time. Leader Thune did not come once to me and say, is this bill acceptable? What do you want in the bill? So they call it clean. We call it extremely partisan. Not one discussion, House or Senate, between the two leaders. That is not how you negotiate. And that is not how you pass appropriation bills. And the Appropriations Committee is stalled by their own admission because the leader will not come and talk to us about it. Now, let me make a few other points. Republicans are heading us into a shutdown. We stand at the precipice of a government shutdown because Republicans are not serious about keeping the government open. If you want one glaring instance of that, Speaker Johnson sent his people home. They're home right now, even though the government will conclude at midnight. There's only one conclusion you can draw when the Speaker sends the House home, that he wants a shutdown. He doesn't want to negotiate. All they want to do is force us, try to bully us, and they're not going to succeed, into taking their partisan bill, take it or leave it. That is not how this place works. And that's why we're headed into a shutdown, because Republicans refuse to negotiate a bipartisan bill that deals with the health care needs of the American people, which they care about. Yesterday, Leader Jeffries and I went to the White House to meet with the President and Republican leaders about finding a way out of this impasse. It was a frank and candid. Look, sitting in the room with the President, it was very clear that the President hadn't fully grasped the magnitude of the disaster he's causing when the government shuts down. As health care costs go up, as people lose their health care, rural hospitals are already closing. Speaker Johnson in the room said to me they're not, and I pointed out to him that Tim Kaine just informed us that 3 rural clinics in Virginia, Southwest Virginia, were closing. And the head of those clinics said it's because of the bills the Republicans passed. The so-called BBB, which we know is not beautiful. The American people know it's not beautiful. And so they know, our Republican colleagues know that the American people are fully behind us when it comes to lowering costs, but also when it comes to health care and making sure that those premiums don't go way up. And then I spoke to Speaker Johnson directly in the room. I told him, because he can't debate health care, because he knows it's not, the American people are on the side of wanting these increases, even Republicans, I told him to stop making up stories, that too many Republicans are lying through their teeth. They say, oh, the Democrats want undocumented immigrants to get health care, to get the federal dollars of health care. That is utter bull, and they know it. The law prohibits undocumented immigrants from getting payments from Medicare, Medicaid, or the ACA. There's no money, not a penny, of federal dollars that are going there. So why do they bring this up? Because they're afraid to talk about the real issue, which is health care for American citizens, health care for people who need the health care and can't afford these premiums. Let me say it again. Undocumented immigrants cannot receive premium tax credits by law. So they should stop these lies and address the real issue, which of course they're afraid to do. A standard Republican MO. A standard Republican MO is to make something else up because the American people are on our side. Now, this week, here's what House Republicans sent out guidance to their members. They said, quote, not to make the message about health care because Republicans lose that argument. They're right. Their position is callous, malicious, unpopular. So they're not only refusing to talk about health care, but apparently when they do, it's only to spread misinformation, to spread lies. I said this to Speaker Johnson in the Oval Office yesterday. I told him it was total bull, I think that's the word I used, to say that we want undocumented immigrants to get federal benefits, that it can't happen by law, and nothing we've proposed in our bill changes that. He sort of smirked, that's it, because he knows the truth. He knows the truth. And they're lying to the American people, these Republicans who use this, because they know how unpopular their position is. Kaiser Family Foundation poll, 75% of Americans support extending the ACA premium tax credit, including 63% of Republicans. Republicans have chosen the losing side of the health care debate because they're trying to take away people's health care. They're going to let people's premiums rise. And this idea that we can do this at January, no. The notices go out October 1st as to how much increase people will get in 29 states, and they only have a short time, long before January, to decide, are they going to drop their health care because they can't afford it? Are they going to take a lesser plan where they pay more through deductibles and co-payments? Or are they going to keep that plan and cut back on buying a car, going on a vacation, or worse? Republicans have simply put, folks, the Republicans have chosen the losing side of the health care debate. Losing side. And in the White House meeting yesterday, Speaker Johnson made it perfectly clear he didn't care if people's premiums should go up because his conference is against it. And so again, the House isn't even set to come back until October 7th. You tell me which side is actively manufacturing a shutdown. Why did the House do that? Because they wanted to negotiate? I don't think so. They wanted to jam it through, but they're not going to be able to. Yesterday, during a House Republican conference, Representative Lisa McClain made it explicit. She said, don't talk about health care to her Republican colleagues. They don't want to talk about it, so they make these other things up, facts out of thin air. So the Republicans have until midnight tonight to get serious with us about solving this crisis and keep the government open. But right now, they're not even talking to us seriously. They're sort of in la-la land. And then on another issue, related. Yesterday, the president posted an offensive deepfake AI video of Leader Jeffries and me with sombreros, fake music, impersonating my voice through AI. It wasn't me. Talking even more lies about health care and immigration. Listen to this, America. Hours away from a shutdown, which we don't want, the American people don't want, the president is busy trolling away on the internet like a 10-year-old. And that's exactly why Americans are going to blame him if the government shuts down. That's another proof point as to who is to blame. His video, Johnson going away, and adjourning the House till next week. We have less than a day to figure this out, and Donald Trump is busy tweeting deep fakes. It's not like he's in touch with reality. He's in a bubble. He doesn't understand that if the government shuts down, people's health care premiums will go up. When we told him about it, Hakeem and I, yesterday, by his body language, he seemed not even to be aware of it, of the ramifications. If the president was smart, he'd move heaven and earth to fix this health care crisis right away. Because Americans are going to hold him responsible when they start paying $400, $500, $4,600 more a month on health care. So we have less than a day. If there was ever a moment for Donald Trump and Republicans to get serious about health care, it's now. But even right now, even this morning, even here on the precipice of this crisis, the president would rather troll on the internet and lie about health care than tell the truth and get to work. So that's why the polls are abundantly clear that Americans will hold Donald Trump and Republicans responsible if the government shuts down. Senate Republicans could stop this crisis now. The president should get on the phone with Leader Thune and the Johnsons and tell them to work with Democrats to fix the crisis before it's too late, and work with Democrats to fix our health care crisis. Let me just say once again, we tried over and over and over again to meet with the Republican leadership. They said no. The appropriators said they couldn't resolve the issues until the leaders met. So we asked the leaders to meet again, and they said no, because they didn't want to negotiate. They wanted it their way or no way. Their way or no way. That's not how the Senate works. If Republicans cause a shutdown, they'll probably keep lying and distracting because they know we're on the side of the American Democrats are on the side of the American people. But we will continue to focus on health care, and the American people will be completely on our side. Yield the floor.
y del vicepresidente Vance, que dicen incorrectamente que los indocumentados son elegibles para este subsidio. Eso es mentira. Ellos son la mayoría. Eso es mentira. Mentira. Mentirosos. Entonces nosotros estamos aquí. Ellos son la mayoría. En la Cámara de Representantes son la mayoría. En el Senado tienen la Casa Blanca. Y algunos argumentan que también controlan la Corte Suprema. Ellos tienen control total del gobierno. Este cierre es el cierre de los republicanos, que va a impactar dramáticamente a cerca de 20 millones de americanos. With that, I give you the chair of the American Asian Pacific Caucus, Grace Meng.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Grace Meng, chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, or CAPAC. Thank you so much to Chairman Espaillat and to all of my colleagues today for your partnership. We are here today because President Trump and congressional Republicans have completely abdicated their responsibility to govern after creating on their own a healthcare crisis in this country. The Republican assault on healthcare is unlike anything we have seen before. They are single-handedly responsible for the largest cut to healthcare in U.S. history. A lifeline for 4.5 million Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, just so their billionaire donors could get their tax cut. And now Republicans are taking tax credits away that help everyday Americans in all of our districts afford health insurance. They are raising premiums for over 1.5 million people just in the AA-NHPI community alone. This is the reality of Trump's agenda. And the pain doesn't stop there. Hospitals, nursing homes, community-based health clinics are closing across America. It doesn't just affect the patients, it affects their families, local businesses, and our economy. Millions of people will experience dramatic increases in their health care premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. Medicare is facing a $536 billion cut because of the big, ugly bill. I'm not going to mince words. People will die because of the Republican assault on health care. Seniors won't be able to afford life-saving prescriptions. That's our grandparents. Families will forego treatment because they can't afford hospital bills. They created this crisis. Over 50% of AA-NHPI adults already report healthcare costs being the most difficult item to afford. Now, with less than 24 hours before a government shutdown, my Republican colleagues are nowhere to be found. Where are they? They're not here. They're on vacation. The truth is, Republicans could avert this shutdown if they chose to. Like Chairman Espaillat said, they control the House, they control the Senate, and they control the White House. But they're not even here. 12 hours it shuts down. They're refusing to do their jobs. Speaker Johnson canceled workdays and won't bring back House Republicans from their vacations. And Senate Republicans shot down a Democratic proposal that would lower health care costs for millions. Meanwhile, Democrats are and have been ready to come to the table to protect Americans' health care and keep our government open. Republicans created this crisis, and instead of meeting the needs of our constituents, they are playing political games with the paychecks, health care, and jobs of hardworking Americans. With that, I'd like to hand it over to our wonderful chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Yvette Clark.
Good morning. And thank you all for joining us. I am Congresswoman Yvette Clark, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and proud representative of New York's 9th Congressional District. I want to thank my colleagues, Rep. Adriano Espaillat, Rep. Grace Mang, Rep. Teresa Ledger Fernandez, Rep. Brad Schneider, Rep. Greg Kassar, and Rep. Becca Ballant for their leadership and presence here today. We are gathered today because we are in a crisis of the Republican Party's making. Right now, we are facing the most aggressive attack on health care in modern history, and with the largest Medicaid and Medicare cuts ever. Once again, Black communities will be hit the hardest. 1 in 5 Medicaid enrollees are Black. The cuts aren't just numbers on a page. They are life and death decisions for families already struggling to access affordable quality care. Medicare is also under threat. Republicans' One Big Ugly Law includes $536 billion in cuts and is already forcing hospitals, nursing homes, and clinics to close, especially in Black and underserved communities. Meanwhile, the Republicans refuse to extend the ACA premium tax credits, which is driving up health care costs and pushing coverage out of the reach for more and more Black families. And as if that weren't enough, critical medical research is being gutted, halting progress on diseases that disproportionately impact Black Americans, like heart disease, diabetes, and maternal health complications. As House Democratic Leader Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Schumer made clear to President Trump in the Oval Office, health care is our red line. Let me be absolutely clear. The Congressional Black Caucus will not support a spending bill that rips health care away from millions while increasing the cost of living for working families. We will fight against these cruel, dangerous cuts to Medicaid and Medicare because our communities deserve quality, affordable care, not political games that put profits over people. Unfortunately, we've seen this kind of reckless brinksmanship from Donald Trump and Republicans before. In 2019, during the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, they held hundreds of thousands of federal workers hostage, including over 100,000 Black Americans, to fund a border wall the public didn't want. 1 in 5 federal workers is Black, and many were furloughed or forced to work without pay. Our communities paid the price. Now, with healthcare costs rising, Black unemployment increasing, we cannot afford more of this failed leadership. Over 300,000 Black women have left the workforce, and that's no coincidence. The Trump administration's attacks on federal jobs and DEI initiatives have led to widespread layoffs, hitting Black women in public service the hardest. So let's be very clear about what's at stake. A Trump-led government shutdown would devastate millions of Black families. The CBC will not support a partisan spending bill that slashes health care, guts federal jobs, and raises costs, all while targeting the very communities that keep this country running. We're here to fight for health care, economic justice, and the dignity of communities we serve. And to our Republican colleagues, enough is enough. Work with us on a bipartisan solution that protects people, not one that causes maximum harm. Let me thank you all, and let me just say that my colleague Adriano mentioned he called it meme, I'm going to call it meme, that was put out about our leader Jeffries. The juvenile behavior coming out of the White House should not be dignified by any Americans. We are here to do serious work on behalf of the American people. We understand what is at stake, and that the White House would have the nerve to put out such racist, bigoted memes. It is just indicative of what they feel about the American people. They can toy with us, they can play with us, but we're not going for that. We're not going to be distracted. We're going to fight, and we're going to win. I now yield to Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair Clark. I'm Teresa Ledger Fernandez, and I represent the beautifully diverse 3rd Congressional District of New Mexico, and I am the chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and we are 96 women strong. And when the Speaker gets around to having Adelita join us, we're going to be 97 women strong, historic. Yes. We need a swearing Adelita Grijalva today. Yes. Now, ahora sí. You know, look at us, look at the caucuses that are represented here today. We actually represent not only the diversity and beauty that is the Democratic Caucus, but we represent America. This is what America looks like. And I need to tell you that America is worried. That's right. And on behalf of the women of America, they are terrified. And they have been telling us their stories ever since Trump got in office. Because American women cannot afford Trump. American women are not safe under Trump. And American women and their children and their loved ones may die because of the positions and the choices that Trump and Republicans are, because of the choices that Republicans and Trump are making about the health care of American women. And we are here to say we will not vote for your choices because there is a different way. We can have a funding bill that funds the government and at the same time cancel the costs, lower the costs, cancel the cuts, and save our health care. Yes. We know that a government shutdown hits women and families the hardest because women are a majority of the federal workforce. But it's also true that women rely on the Affordable Health Care Act to make sure their families have health care, for prenatal care, and for medical emergencies. Listen, women work hard and are the key caregivers in their families. When there is a crisis at their house with their families, what do? They stick with it until they solve it. Yes. Republicans, we have a health care crisis, and what do? They fled town. Yes. They do not care about their voters. And that's the difference. I think we see America, every part of America, whether it's blue America, red America, rural America, urban America, every part of America as part of our family. And so we're going to do everything we can to solve this crisis that our family is facing. And right now, we need to call the Republicans fleeing their responsibility shameful. It is a shame what they are doing. And what we call it in Spanish, I always say this, one of the worst insults you can give somebody in Spanish is to say they are without shame. Because it means they are without values and without moral. And right now they are sin vergüenzas. They are without shame, those Republicans. Sin vergüenzas. And you know what? The biggest sin vergüenza, the biggest person without shame is President Trump. Because he has been pushing for this shutdown for weeks. He said, let's have a shutdown. Let's make sure that we shut out Democrats in this process. I don't think a White House meeting would be useful or productive. And then he said, when he looked at the demands, and the demands were about protecting health care, he then said we could go ourselves. But we're not going to do that. Instead, we are going to demand the health care that Americans deserve.
That's right.
And then what does that shameful man do? After a meeting where you're supposed to be working out details, where you're supposed to be negotiating a deal, you post something that draws a sombrero and a mustache on the leader with whom you're supposed to be negotiating. That's not how you get to a deal. That looks like a little 6-year-old having a temper tantrum. That's right. That looks like a little 6-year-old that any mother would be ashamed of their child doing that. But while America's health care is in crisis, Trump is doodling. Once again, what is it called? Sin vergüenza. It is without shame. And the thing is, if it were just a misbehaving boy, and sometimes boys will be boys. I have several of them myself, right? It would be one thing, but he is the president of the United States. And people are going to die because of the choices they are making. We know there are about 55,000 people who will die premature deaths because of what they did in the big ugly bill that's now a big ugly law. We know that there is about another 8,000 people who will die if we let those Affordable Care Act subsidies skyrocket, because people will drop their coverage, and if they don't have coverage, what will they do with an emergency if they don't have coverage? I had a friend come up to me, a woman in New Mexico, and she said, my brother lost his health insurance coverage. He couldn't afford the inhaler. He died because he couldn't afford an inhaler. He gasped for breath. And there will be many more like that. And that's what we are trying to avoid. And I really, really implore our Republicans to come back to Congress, to come back from your vacation, to be here and stand with your voters. Don't be afraid of President Trump. And I need to tell you, we all hear it from our Republican colleagues. They agree with us. In fact, we heard yesterday that Thune said we need to address the Affordable Care Act issue, but just not now. Well, now is the time. Ahora es cuando. Now is the time. We need to address it now. We need to address it now. And I need to tell you, the Democratic Women's Caucus, who represents women across America, whether we are your representatives or not, we are looking out for your interests. And everybody here today is looking out for the interests of every American in every corner of this great country of ours. And we are going to work hard to protect your health care, to lower your premiums, because we need to be able to live in an America that keeps us all healthy. And I now want to recognize the new Democrat coalition, the new Dem chair, Brad Schneider.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me start by saying I am proud to be part of a Democratic caucus 217 strong who are here in Washington today to work for the American people. And I am proud to chair the new Democrat coalition. 116 of those 217 Democrats are members of the new Democrat coalition here to work on behalf of the American people. Now, everything that has been said needed to be said. And I'm going to say much of it again because it needs to be repeated again and again. The President and the Republicans are trying to divide us. We will not be divided. They're trying to scare us. We will not be bowed.
That's right.
We have a dual crisis. The cost of living for Americans is too high in a country that's the richest country in the world. We need to fix that. And healthcare is out of reach for too many Americans. We need to fix that. And that's why we're here. I am proud to stand here today alongside my fellow caucus chairs, sending a message. First, to the American people. We're here fighting for you. That's right. And second, for my Republican colleagues. Democrats are here ready to work while you're all taking an extended vacation.
That's right.
Come back from vacation.
We're here to protect Americans' health care and improve their lives. We're here to keep the government open. Democrats are on duty. Republicans are missing in action. We are 12 hours away from a shutdown. Let me repeat, the Democrats are on duty while the Republicans are missing in action. Our Republican colleagues have a choice. Work with us in good faith to put forward a bipartisan budget that meets the needs of the American people who are currently facing rising prices from Trump's tariff taxes and threats to their health care coverage from Republican cuts. Or go it alone and guarantee a shutdown. A Republican shutdown that will cause even more pain for the American people. We're here to find common ground and work together for Americans, for the American people. We're here fighting for health care and to make living more affordable. But the Republicans, quote unquote, are gone. And their quote unquote clean CR is anything but. There is nothing clean about a bill that cuts $1 trillion from Medicaid and $500 billion, $500 billion from Medicare. the biggest cuts to Americans' health care in American history. There's nothing clean about a CR that takes meals away from school kids trying to learn the lessons they need to succeed in the 21st century. There's nothing clean about a CR that forces Americans to pay more for health care, or worse, makes health care completely out of reach. And there's nothing clean about a bill that allows President Trump and Russ Vought to continue to deny funds for pediatric cancer and other critical health care needs, or hold law enforcement hostage for months on end. The stakes could not be higher. 15 million Americans will be kicked off their health care. Medicaid will be cut by a staggering $1 trillion and Medicare by another $500 billion. Millions of Americans who rely on the Affordable Care Act will be pushed into debt or priced out of health care altogether. We face a dual crisis. Costs are too high and health care is unaffordable. Democrats are fighting to lower costs and protect Americans' health care. We're here. We're here now. We are here ready. We're here to work. But the Republicans are nowhere to be found. Our Republican colleagues need to put the American people above their own extreme agenda and come back to D.C. and work with the Democrats to get things done, to keep the government open for the American people. Thank you, and it's now my privilege.
They need to do their job.
They need to do their job. It is now my privilege to turn it over to my colleague, the chair of the Progressive Caucus, Greg Casar.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you can see here from my colleagues and chairs of the other caucuses, that the American people are united. Whether you are left or right or center, black, white or brown, immigrant or native born, we all believe that you deserve dignity, you deserve affordable health care, and that billionaires don't need a tax cut. That's what unites us all. And we are ready, as Democrats, to keep the government open and to save your health care. But where in the world are our Republican colleagues? There's more mentions of Donald Trump in the Epstein files than there are House Republicans here in Washington, D.C. today. Those House Republicans are scattered all over the country. They're on vacation all over the world with their billionaire friends. Most working people in this country, if they escaped town, fled their job to go hang out with their rich buddies while there was a crisis, they would lose their jobs. And I think it's time to stop giving these Republican officials special treatment. If the government shuts down tomorrow, the media is going to ask, who's to blame? Who's to blame? Who's to blame for a shutdown? The party whose representatives aren't even in D.C. to keep it open. Who's to blame for a shutdown? The president who spent the weekend before this at a golf tournament. Who's to blame for a shutdown? The president who, after saying he would negotiate, his response was just posting a meme online that you'd expect from some anonymous, unhinged incel on the internet. The Republican approach to keeping the government open is best summed up with the old Simpsons quote, "They've tried nothing, and so now they're all out of ideas." Look, if you're watching at home, this talk of continuing resolutions and cloture may sound far away from your life. So I want to make clear what this is really about. Republicans have created and manufactured a healthcare crisis, starting right now. 15 million people about to lose their care. 20 million people about to have their health care premiums double. And everyone will suffer because all of this money Republicans are pulling out of the system to give to their donors will drive up costs and close hospitals and clinics. Those statistics can seem abstract. So think about one person you know, a loved one, a neighbor, a friend. Should they not be able to go to a doctor when they get sick so that billionaires can just pay less in taxes? Or think of your own family. What would you do if health care premiums doubled next year? What would your kids have to go without just to make ends meet, just so that Jeff Bezos can buy a fourth or a fifth yacht? Think of the doctors and nurses who have treated you when you needed it. Should their hospitals close just so Trump's friends can get richer? That is what this fight is really about. Democrats want to stop cuts to your health care. Democrats want to stand up for the rule of law. Republicans want to shut down the government so that they can take health care away from your family. I know a lot of Americans have felt in recent years that you don't always know what Democrats stand for, don't always know when Democrats are willing to stand up and fight. Well, today we provide an answer. This week, unlike the Republicans who have fled on vacation, Democrats are willing to stand up and fight so that your family has the basics that it needs, so that your family can go see a doctor, so that your family has safety and security and a government it can trust. That's what we're all about, and that's why we're united here today. Thank you all very much. And now I'm proud to call up my friend and colleague, a co-chair of the Equality Caucus, Becca Balint.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you to everyone. I'm Becca Balint. I represent the great state of Vermont. I'm a co-chair of the Equality Caucus. And I am so proud to stand with my colleagues here today to protect health care, to demand that we keep the government open. We are a powerful coalition. We represent America. And we're here to speak with one voice. This is not a game. And we understand this. It's your health care on the line. And we're here united in our commitment from every corner of this country, from every community, to say, Republicans, you have a responsibility to show up for your people. And the fact that you're not here tells us everything that we need to know about you. You are not serious people. You are not committed people. You are not people dedicated to the people who sent you here. And today we are here to say to all of those Americans who are afraid of losing your health care, we are standing with you. We are here to do the job. And I need you to pay attention to who's not here.
That's right.
Who's not here?
That's right.
Republicans created this mess. A crisis that deeply impacts rural Americans, people of color, and the LGBTQ community. The reckless budget is going to take away health care from millions of Americans. My colleagues have already spoken to that. It will close rural hospitals, not just in my state of Vermont, but in every rural district across this country. And the Republicans who represent those rural districts, they know that. Which is why Lisa McClain, in the Republican conference yesterday, told her members, stop talking about health care. When you talk about health care as a Republican, you are losing. Think about that. Think about that. Now, I have to say, as a proud member of the LGBTQ community, I've heard Trump once again blaming trans people and perversely, absurdly, and dangerously blaming them for the government shutdown crisis. Not only is this a distraction, and this is what they do. They stick out the shiny objects so you're not paying attention to who you should be angry at. It is once again a tactic for us to hate each other, to rage against each other. So we are not raging at the people who caused this mess. And that is Trump and the Republican conference behind me in the House. They created it. They are the ones that we should be raging out. And that's why we stand united in this coalition to say to Americans, pay attention to who caused the mess. That's the people who should be on the receiving end of your rage. This is about health care for all Americans. Whether we represent your districts or not, we're here for you, protecting your health care. Americans have told us over and over again, we want you to fight for health care. That's what we're doing today. Democrats are going to hold the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Becca. Any questions?
Obviously, it seems like we are going to head into a shutdown. What do you guys see as the path out if Republicans continue to not negotiate with Democrats? You know, what's going to change? Will the public pressure?
We won't vote for anything that doesn't restore the cuts to Medicaid, that doesn't protect people that will be paying higher premiums. We won't mess around with America's health care. People that are sick that deserve to have first quality health care system providing assistance to them in one of the most serious periods of their lives. Anybody else?
I mean, Republicans, I think that the question is to ask Republicans, right? Because they're the ones who aren't here, they're the ones who aren't at the table, and they're the ones who can bring an end to this by negotiating with the Democrats. And as we pointed out, they already recognize that they have to fix some of this mess. They just don't want to do it right now, maybe later. Well, we're not going to trust them for maybe later, so it's when they're willing to come back and negotiate what they already recognize as a problem, that's the path out.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Thank you all. Where's Dominic?
Greg. Any new Dems? Representative. No, you too. I like you, Dan. We're taking a picture. We lost Brad. Wait, let's use the posters.
Where are the posters? Anybody got posters? Thank you.
See you back inside.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's a good one. I was wondering where it's
Anybody else?
Yeah.
This looks like America. This looks like America.
All right.
Nice job, team.
All right, Adriano, you want to get me, you and Grace down?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, got you.
Come on, let's do it. Behind the podium.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it behind the podium.
Oh, you come in the middle.
All right.
This is for Vogue. Kidding.
Yeah, I was going to grab a couple more next office if we have.
All right, New York City. Yankees tonight, man.
You can't say that.
I just need one.
Exactly. And you know you got to call your girl Robin. Oh, okay.
Oh, on TWC. I was going to ask you to hold the sign, the picture of the missing sign up against the dome. I'm going to share it. I was going to take a picture of it as well. Okay. We use SharePoint, but from the... Oh, yeah, it's nice. Thanks.
So the White House is controlled by Republicans. The House of Representatives is controlled by Republicans. And the Senate is controlled by Republicans. They are running this shit down. And we're saying, don't mess with the power of the American people. Don't mess with us. We are that's, I think, the American people want to see. Eso es.
sites for debris removal. Environmental agencies prioritize our sites for their inspection. City Council and Mayor Bass prioritized this endeavor, committing everything they could and cutting through the red tape to ensure that we would be back soon. The county and state entities did what they could to help in this recovery process, and here we are today. This is one of 3 significant investments in the Palisades area. In total, $602 million. This site, which will be the site of the newly rebuilt Marquez Elementary, is a $202 million investment. Where you are now, where these portable classrooms were deployed in the kitchen and the library, will be the site of the recreational area and athletic facility. That area will be the newly rebuilt Marquez Elementary. The remaining funds will be invested in the rebuilding of Palisades Elementary and the needed upgrades and renovation to Pali High. A promise made is a promise kept with this board, with this administration, with this city, and this county. The new school will represent 20 classrooms, a library, a multi-purpose room, a cafeteria, and obviously the playground that this school was so famous for. We maintain the integrity of the teaching faculty, even though right now we are operating at about half the enrollment as a result of the fact that 75% of the parents whose children attended here are currently living elsewhere. We understand that struggle and that challenge. But the school would be ready to accommodate the entire capacity and enrollment that preceded the devastation of the fires. We're going to try to deliver this school in record time. Christina Tokes, our amazing Chief Facilities Director, is here. And we are shooting for an opening date of no later than 2028. We're going to try to accelerate that process as much as we can. The last thing I will say is I really want to thank the city leadership, and you'll be hearing from our dear friend, Councilwoman Tracy Park, the mayor, the governor, for all that they did in cutting the red tape, expediting process, and never accepting no as the appropriate answer. I also want to thank board member Nick Melvoin, who could not be with us today, but you'll be hearing from his staff. He prioritized this project every single day. In fact, as this school was burning, board member Melvoin and I were here. Unfortunately, there was little we could do because without water, fires cannot be put out. Today we are back, I promise you. We will reopen better, the new building, but it is important to recognize through the hard work of our facilities division and private sector entities that this school looks beautiful just as it is. My commitment to the families, my commitment to the community is that we will deliver on 3 remarkable schools ahead of schedule, at or below budget. That is our promise. I want to speak just very briefly about conditions here. I know after this devastation, top of mind for all of us was air quality, soil quality, the quality of the water kids will be drinking. We went above and beyond any requirement in our community, in the state, or at the federal level to ensure that soil testing would produce results that were more than adequate to bring kids back. We tested for everything.
And ice and allow our streets and borders to once again be overcome by chaos and lawlessness. Senator Schumer previously shut down the government for over a month in a failed attempt to stop President Trump from securing our southern border. During that time, food safety inspections were stopped, permanent damage was done to some of our national parks, scientific research was put on hold, Applications for small business loans became backlogged. The low-income folks, the elderly, and people with disabilities lost rental assistance and were forced to live in fear of eviction. And 300,000 federal employees who went without a paycheck for over a month were eventually paid for doing nothing, costing taxpayers $3 billion. Folks, no one wins when Democrats shut down our government. It is obvious the Democratic leader is shutting down the government for one simple reason: to protect his own job. But that's not even working. Just last week, the Washington newspaper Politico reported that across the country, the Democratic base is rebelling against Schumer's, quote, rudderless leadership. Well, folks, that's a sentiment we all share. From the far left to the right, there is widespread disappointment with Senator Schumer's inability to perform his basic duties, like doing his part to make sure our military gets paid on time and the government stays open. So on behalf of all Americans, for his rudderless leadership, his petty partisanship, and his silly shutdown shenanigans, the recipient of the Non-Essential Government Employee of the Year for 2025 is Senator Chuck Schumer. And with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the residents of Southern Nevada and so many others, October 1st is no ordinary day. On October 1st, 2017, my hometown of Las Vegas was struck by an unimaginable tragedy that forever changed our communities. We experienced an attack on a scale far worse than anyone could ever have imagined, a devastating tragedy that ripped families apart, destroyed lives. You know, during any given weekend, the Las Vegas Strip is buzzing with tourists and visitors from around the world, and that was the case on October 1st, 2017. That night, tens of thousands of people came to Las Vegas to attend the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival. Enjoy a fun night out with friends and good music. The weather's beautiful. But in just 10 minutes, their lives in our entire state would be changed forever. 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all it took for a gunman to open fire on an unsuspecting crowd, killing 58 innocent people, injuring thousands, and leaving a permanent scar on the hearts of everyone in our state and the hearts on the families and friends of the ones injured and killed. In the years since, we've lost 2 more individuals as a result of this tragedy, which remains the deadliest mass shooting in American history. So I want you to think about what that means. The families of the victims of that tragedy had their world shattered in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes that day that changed their lives forever. Families who now don't get to celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, holidays. Families, and I think this is one of the hardest things, they never got to say goodbye to the people that they love. And that night also changed the lives of everyone in our city. People who were attending or working at the festival, Nevadans who were just driving down the strip, and the first responders who ran towards danger to help save lives. In the chaos and confusion of that night, our heroic first responders, our police officers, our firefighters, our paramedics ran towards the scenes. They saved countless lives. I know taxi drivers ran. Everyone ran to try to help people escape. And in the midst of this darkness, we saw our community, my community, go above and beyond to help. Our entire state rallied together. We saw lines of people around entire blocks waiting hours to donate blood, willing to donate blood to save the lives of complete strangers in the middle of a mass casualty. And I remember that day going to the line to talk to people, try to comfort folks in the midst of those first few days. And there was a woman in line to give blood, and I went up and I talked to her, and she started crying. She put her arms like this. She goes, I don't have much. She goes, but blood is all I have to give, and I'm here. She started crying. I started crying. It was such a moving moment. She goes, this is what I can give, her arms outstretched. And so I want everyone to think about that the hearts of so many in a tragedy go out to those they don't even know to do what they can and give what they can, coming from the heart. And these selfless acts, not just this woman, but this is just one story of so many that I was proud to hear and be part of. This showed the country why we're Vegas strong. And I'm here today to honor the memories of those we've lost as a result of that terrible night on 1 October and everyone else who was impacted. And as we remember and reflect on this event, we must also commit ourselves to action to make sure that no other community in the nation goes through what we went through. In the last few years, we've so sadly seen shootings at universities, including UNLV in Las Vegas, in schools, in places where people go every day like supermarkets and churches. Mr. President, we saw that just this weekend. And just this year alone, there have already been 53 school shootings in the United States. And so it's clear we need to act, and there are things we can do on a bipartisan basis. The 1 October shooter relied on bump stocks. They're just dangerous devices that attach to guns to make them fire bullets even faster, so that a shooter can fire more bullets in a short period of time, in order to inflict as much pain and carnage as possible. And I hope we could agree that nobody wants that. No one wants that. And in response to this unprecedented tragedy, 2017, President Trump issued a federal rule that banned bump stocks, and it did help save countless lives from these deadly modifications. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court overturned this common sense federal ban, allowing these dangerous bump stocks to flow into our streets once again. And so this puts more lives and communities at risk, which is why I helped introduce bipartisan legislation earlier to restore this common sense federal ban on bump stocks. Because we have the power to do something. So let's pass this bipartisan bill and save lives before the next tragedy hits another unsuspecting community. Because trust me, nobody wants to go through this, no community. Nobody wants to give this speech. Nobody wants to look in the eyes of the families. No one wants to go to that reunification center. No one wants to go to the hospitals. No one wants to go see the memorials grow and grow time after time. No one wants to see this in community after community every single day. There has to be some common sense about what we can do. And so as we approach the 8th anniversary of the 1 October shooting, I just ask all of my colleagues in this chamber to remember and honor the memories of the victims, their families, their loved ones, everyone whose lives were forever changed that night. I also ask that we come together as Republicans and Democrats in a bipartisan way just to save lives by passing our common sense bill to ban bump stocks. I think it would make a difference. And I just pray that those out there watching find comfort in remembering that their loved ones' memory serves as a blessing to them, and that we will always continue to honor them. Thank you. Mr. President.
The senator from Nevada.
I note the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following Commerce Committee detailees
excuse me, the Senate's in a quorum call.
I beg your pardon. I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the following Commerce Committee detailees be granted floor privileges for the remainder of Congress: Thomas Hastings, Joseph St. Peter, Tyler Stutton, Dean Legidakis, and Letitia Vega.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, for a long time, the United States has benefited from free and competitive global markets. For too long, though, we've relied on the conventional wisdom that engaging with China, and in particular the Chinese Communist Party, by bringing them into the global marketplace would be mutually beneficial. But it's become increasingly obvious, and it's plain as the nose on our face now, that China's primary interest in that so-called free market is to use it to undermine our interests and to further their own. I'm grateful to President Trump for ringing the alarm bells on China and for helping us reframe the way we look at the People's Republic of China. We need to be clear-eyed about exactly what's going on. China is not interested in a level playing field where both parties benefit from a bit of friendly competition. The People's Republic of China is treating competition in the global markets as a zero-sum game where they win and the West loses. Nowhere has this become more apparent than in the case of critical minerals and rare earth elements. I doubt many of us have given a lot of thought, at least in the years past, about the role of rare earth elements and critical minerals, but now we have become educated way too late into the importance of these two elements. There are two ways that a competitive market economy can be undermined. One is excessive government regulation, making it harder for more competitors to enter a market. This makes it more difficult for newer, smaller entrepreneurs to get off the ground. But another way for a competitive market to be threatened is when one seller has a monopoly on a particular good or service. When a single provider of a service or good gets so big that they're the only game in town, then they get to set the terms. A monopoly can ask whatever price they demand because there's no one competing with them for a cheaper or better version. This is precisely what China is doing with respect to mining and processing of rare earth and other critical minerals. But the People's Republic of China takes it one step further. They are actively sabotaging its competitors, including the United States. For a long time, up until the 1980s, the United States dominated the industry for rare earth elements. But then China decided to begin rapidly subsidizing their own rare earth industry. China benefits from some unfortunate advantages in this competition. They have lower labor costs because they're less concerned than we are in the United States about ensuring that workers are paid fairly and kept safe. And we know China has lower environmental standards than we do here in the United States, which further makes it more difficult for the United States to compete against them. But third and most critical advantage that China has over the United States in this field is that their government recognized the importance of these critical minerals a long time ago and was willing to put generous government subsidies in place to launch their industry, while somehow we were lulled into complacency and failed to realize our dependence on China and their processing of critical minerals and rare earth elements. Now, people may be asking, why do we care about critical minerals and rare earth elements? Well, the truth is these elements are essential to producing magnets and other components of our vehicles, our robotics, our aerospace, and our defense systems. We can't build our weapons systems to defend our nation and to deter aggressors without access to these processed rare earth elements and critical minerals. That's how important it is. But China has been successful in sidelining the United States and other global competitors, becoming effectively the only game in town, or I should say, in the world, when it comes to mining and processing these minerals. Well, whether we realized it or not, there's hardly an aspect of our daily life that would not be affected were China to cut off our access to these processed rare earth elements and critical minerals. From our iPhones to the cars we drive, even our washing machines. Because China recognized how important these minerals are, their government is willing to take extraordinary measures to make sure that they control the supply chain for these critical minerals in the future. What are these extraordinary measures that they've taken? Well, over the last 20 years, China has invested $57 billion through state-backed financial institutions in the forms of loans to Belt and Road participant countries in order to gain leverage over the global supply chain for these critical minerals. More than 75% of these investments are structured through joint ventures and special purpose vehicles in such a way that Chinese entities have ownership stakes, allowing them to influence the extraction and processing of these critical mineral projects. More forebodingly, last December, China took steps to ban exports of technologies used in mining and processing rare earth elements in order to exert further control over the supply chain and enhance its leverage when dealing with the United States in various binational negotiations. In April of this year, China placed export controls on 7 rare earth elements, requiring any company that wishes to export them to acquire a special license. And if they didn't, obviously it would be illegal. While the terms and conditions of the licensing process are still being spelled out in more detail, this may become the tool to incentivize various countries to act in China's interest to protect their own access to these minerals. In other words, it's not just the United States that depends on these rare earth elements and critical minerals. It's virtually every other part of the global community. And when China sees likely competitors, it floods the market with excess supply of these minerals, lowering the market price and thereby sidelining any potential competitors. Now, just to be clear, rare earth elements and critical minerals can be mined in many places across the globe. Where China has gotten the monopoly or virtual monopoly is 90% of them are processed in China. So you may mine rare earth elements or critical minerals in Chile or in the United States or Australia or somewhere else, but 90% of them must be processed in China because they're not other competitors for the reasons that I've mentioned. Because China will stop at nothing to manipulate the market, prices have dropped dramatically when they flood the market with processed minerals. Since 2023, for example, cobalt prices decreased 59.5% from $82,000 per ton to $33,000 per ton. Again, because China is manipulating the market to discourage any competition. Nickel prices decreased by 73.1% from $48,000 per ton to $13 per ton. And lithium prices decreased 86.8% from $68,000 to less than $10,000. Consequently, several plants that were designed to open up in the United States to compete with China have had to close because of their inability to maintain profitability in this economic environment. The United States' only cobalt mine opened in 2023 and was forced to close less than a year later when nickel plants in Australia and New Caledonia shut down in the same time frame. And while these competitors have closed their doors, Chinese firms have continued to hold on to their state-sponsored monopoly. China has been taking these steps for decades, right beneath our nose, to develop this near monopoly that they currently hold on mining and processing of critical elements. As the United States, we should have seen this coming, and we could have done something about it, but we didn't. Joe Biden could have spent the last 4 years in the White House tackling this issue head on, but here we are with virtually nothing to show for the Biden administration's so-called efforts. So we're playing catch-up with the Chinese Communist Party, which is not a good place to be. If another pandemic were to happen, disrupting global supply chains, or if we were to find ourselves in a hot war with China, or even difficult trade negotiations with China, which we will, and they decided to cut off trade with the United States, there would be drastic consequences to our economy, to our military preparedness, and to our ability to deter an aggressive Chinese Communist Party. Americans would not be able to purchase the electronics that power our lives day in and day out. Our Department of Defense, or Department of War as it's now called, would be hamstrung in its ability to obtain critical components for the weapon systems that are used to deter aggression by our adversaries. And elderly or chronically ill Americans would be unable to obtain the pharmaceutical remedies they rely upon to simply stay alive. Well, fortunately, while we're late to the game, things are moving now in a better direction under unified Republican control. In March of this year, for example, President Trump issued an executive order directing the Departments of Interior, Defense, or now as it's called, War, Agriculture, and Energy to work together to accelerate domestic investment and production of critical minerals. And Congress also did some things in the One Big Beautiful Bill to help. That legislation included an allocation of $2 billion to the Secretary of War to increase U.S. critical mineral stockpile through the National Defense Stockpile Transaction Fund. And an additional $5 billion was provided for investments in critical minerals through the Industrial Base Fund. Furthermore, this law tightened our definitions of foreign entity of concerns, which will help ensure that Chinese critical mineral companies are not availing themselves of the U.S. tax credits in order to invest in their own critical mineral efforts. While there are ongoing discussions to ensure that the defense authorization bill that we are currently on includes provisions such as the reauthorization of the Development Finance Corporation that our colleagues, Senators Risch and Shaheen, have sponsored this year, we need to make sure they're successful in those efforts. The Development Finance Corporation works to incentivize private capital markets to invest in our most critical supply chains. I've introduced something called the Critical Mineral Security Act, which directs the Department of Interior and Department of State to further identify vulnerabilities in U.S. supply chains for critical minerals. Now, I believe these are important steps, but Mr. President, we have a bigger problem in America. We simply have a hard time building things anymore. A lot of that has to do with overregulation, problems with gaining the appropriate permits, and the litigation environment, which means that any sort of critical infrastructure is probably going to be delayed years, maybe decades, from endless lawsuits. That is a larger, more threatening situation, and I'm only talking about a small part of it here today. The steps we've taken so far are, unfortunately, too late, in my view, but they are at least a step in the right direction. They're not enough by themselves to ensure that we have safe and secure supply chains for both mining and processing of critical minerals to meet our nation's needs. But once again, Deng Xiaoping, who said, "Hide your motives and bide your time," has successfully snookered the United States and our other allies around the world so that we are now almost entirely dependent on Chinese processing of critical minerals. So there's not a day to wait. We need to make sure that we catch up, and we catch up quickly. It's going to take a lot of work for the United States to claw our way back to where we need to be. But I'm confident that we can if we rise to meet the occasion. So I would urge all of my colleagues to listen to and respond to this alarm bell that I'm trying to ring here on the Senate floor today, and take seriously the urgency of securing our supply chains and securing American processing facilities for critical minerals. We simply do not have a choice. Otherwise, we will continue to be held hostage by an adversary that does not wish us well. They don't want friendly competition, they want dominance. And they also want to take Taiwan in the coming years. if we can't build things because we can't deter them by building the weapons necessary to do that, if we can't sustain our economy by continuing to manufacture technology that allows us to compete with China in the coming years, we will have failed in our fundamental responsibility as members of Congress. If America is to have a safe, secure, and prosperous future, we have to compete and we have to win the critical minerals race with the People's Republic of China. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled recess begin immediately.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
Right, the Ohio clock.
Hey, you should see and hear me. This test here of the Ohio clock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it starts into the lead around 1:30, 1:40, but please double check me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Cool.
You don't think he's coming out? He's in there for election.
first of all, you do that, you're not saving space. We're just putting your shit it's this way. So I don't know where it would be. But we're here. This is, you guys should give them. So after this, you know, both of those were there before I got. Yeah. I don't know that they're not the same. You know what I'm saying? So this may be a still person. So I don't know who that is. Scotty. So that's Scotty. He's huge. So I don't know. Again, that's what that was. That's not what they did. They put that shit out there. So I don't know. They're not saying this space. I think you understand. Right. I did my shit. You know what I'm saying? So 2 feet into that.
What did you shoot? Oh, okay. The one on, was it on 3rd Street?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. What'd you use?
My phone.
Okay. Nice. Did you feel comfortable? Somewhat?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I couldn't quite figure out how to use it. And these sticks were and I was like, I'm so sorry. I was like, I'm just really this. Like, how do I use this? And they were kind of and then one of them was nice enough.
Good.
I was like,
Yeah. That's good. People are very helpful out here. Yeah. You good?
trouble. Aren't you on that side? I tried, but look, those guys kind of over there. I'm too far.
Yeah, and then you can just do it. Because I lost OJ back the other day, and it was like,
You know, I'm really lucky Cherry is doing Dude, that's like
and then yeah, I'm like, and I'm very happy to take it. Yeah, thank you.
What do you have to say? What's that, Matt? Why do you stand over there now? Okay, that's fair.
Oh, and the 7th. Oh, yes, yes. Even if it's shut down, yeah, correct. They just come behind the house. So they say, why is this like this upstairs? Is there original flooring under there?
Yeah, I think that's
What are they? The guy upstairs said it was something to do with the light. Because it's like a whole other layer of paint under here and tile. Yeah, I was over there raised. That's the original. Yeah, of course, that's smart. All right, good to see you.
Likewise. All right, see you. Oh, yeah.
Hello, sir. There'll be people standing here, so I might be moving closer into there so you can see me better.
What are they doing? What's that? Oh, they're trying to shoot. Oh, they're trying to shoot.
No, it's what's up. What's up? How you doing? Just for Iowa. Perfect.
It's because I had
how many days do you think?
You asked that one question.
That was something else. That was really funny.
Yeah, I'm good.
How many days do you think?
One of those ways we take a close part of the time. Better.
Is there a plan?
Sit down and what's the exit?
You need a mic check? Or just focus? 1, 2, okay.
Yep.
I asked Brown the other day about that, and he said anybody who says that Republicans aren't talking about fixing DCA is correct. And then I asked him the other day, I said, hey, that Schumer got knocked into a new zip code based on the way he kept saying I'm not doing this. So I'm like, what is that? And then it started to think that might be one of the funniest metaphors I've ever heard. Why don't you create switch spots? Favorite switch spots? Oh!
over here. Over there. Okay, so you'll be over there. Yeah. No. Barely, so just put up the stand in the back, but make the shot work without it. Yeah, so I'll be here.
Voluntarily nice to go for.
Yeah, right. This is supposed to be over the print press right here. Seriously, cameras must. This is the battle every single week. This is established in the galleries. This is print space right here. I mean, you can talk about Mike Mastrian. This event is the week of special.
I didn't. Okay, Alex, can you address Alex's question?
Yeah.
I just.
You don't know.
No, I don't.
That's why I'm letting you know.
No, but thank you. I need to know because I'm on the board. So thank you.
What was up?
Different gallery. It's about spaces. I don't. You can ask Alex. Supply and demand. Something to look about. I think it might have been in the works. I'm not sure. It was. Did you like our calendar? Yes, we had it before. Yes, that's true. And that's why.
Ocean Gate, we went down to Black Box.
And then we started counting up. It's kind of like I said it. So hopefully we can sit and look back. The chair next year, you push that. Good. Good. I'm gonna come back. Sounds good. And get this on board. Seriously. We'll make it happen. Good luck with that. If that happens in our lifetime, that'll be amazing.
Another one to add to the list.
Were you at the White House photographer's dinner?
Yeah.
Guys look great.
Oh, thank you.
You have a good time?
Were you there?
No, I saw somebody picture.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
You guys good time?
Great time. A lot of fun. I wish you have the cocktail hour a little longer.
Wow. Gotcha. Where was it? Oh, okay.
It's good. It's very nice. Very, very nice. Every year they put on a really good show.
That's great. Sounds good. What's that? That? Somebody had a match.
Yeah, it's like rooting for SHUTDOWN.
They were just. I mean, I don't care. I'm a Phillies fan, so. Oh wow! Well, you and Brez can hang out during the playoffs.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Like every other playoff game.
Oh, just think about it. Once you lose, you don't get no match. Yeah. Red Sox. That's what America needs, another Yankees Red Sox. We haven't had it for a long time.
I remember the good old days chanting 1980 and Yankees Stadium. That's not a thing anymore.
Lamar Jackson's stats changed.
Can you hear Scotty? Come on, Nikki. Can you hear Nikki? Does it work?
Emily. Rissa can start filming because they're going to be out any month. So she's ready. Okay? You can start rolling. You're such an actor.
Your doc team's gonna come up to you later, like, dude, can't you just have this stuff disguised? And they're like,
better than picking your nose. So.
Oh, yeah, I gotta be. Every time I like start like doing something weird, like with my hands here, I'm like, dude, you're on camera. Move.
Rude. Stop it. Andrew, come on.
Yeah, not here.
At least not in public. Frank, Nikki liked me.
That's very good.
hit it. Well, they make it. I just hit 1,000. You're not following me already? I just hit 1,000 followers. I'm breaking the bank. Yeah, but I just got that ability. You get to 1,000, you can start monetizing. I am. Boom. We have one, two. I just submitted. I think. Oh, you did? It's on What, Tony? Like what? Do I need you for something? Do I need to be some? Yes. Anywhere. Anywhere. We're not gonna let that go by. No, I'm not telling anybody. Rachel, whose idea was it to come out so early? Chad's fault? Yeah, God forbid. Maybe they've come up with a deal. We've averted a shutdown. It's also possible. What else is going on, Nick? Is that Ellie Mae's team? She's your boss?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We are only hours away from a government shutdown, and the Democrats have a very clear binary choice. They can choose to keep the government open by voting for a short-term, nonpartisan, clean, continuing resolution, 24 pages long, or they can vote to shut the government down. That's what we're looking at. They, as you all know, have voted during the time they had the majority 13 different times, and when Biden was in the White House, on short-term continuing resolutions, 13 different times. And so it begs the question is what's changed? And I think what's changed is President Trump is in the White House. That's what this is about. This is politics. And there isn't any substantive reason why there ought to be a government shutdown. This is something that has been done routinely, as I said, 13 different times when the Democrats had the majority. But we are not going to be held hostage for over $1 trillion in new spending on a continuing resolution, nor are we going to be held hostage to allow illegals to get free health care in a continuing resolution. These are things that they're demanding as part of their so-called negotiation. Ladies and gentlemen, there isn't anything here to negotiate. This is a routine funding resolution to keep the government open so that we can continue our appropriations work and fund the government in the old-fashioned way, which is allowing the Appropriations Committee, Democrats and Republicans, to work together as they have been. And by the way, the Democrat leader keeps talking about not consulting. The Appropriations Committee, they picked the date. Democrats and Republicans, the big four on the Appropriations Committee, were consulting. They picked the date for the continuing resolution, November the 21st. And so this has been an open process from the very beginning. This year we opened up the appropriations process, something that wasn't done when the Democrats had the majority here in the Senate. But they have a clear choice in front of them today. And I hope there are Democrats out there. This may not represent the view of their leadership, but I'm hoping there are Democrats out there who are reasonable and understand what's at stake here. And as they have articulated many times in the past, the costs associated to the American people with the government shutdown. This is totally avoidable. It is a decision they're going to have to make, and if the government shuts down, it is on the Senate Democrats. The House has acted, the President's ready to sign the bill, and all that's left is for 8 Democrats to join us in passing that bill today. Senator Barrasso.
Well, the radical wing of the Democrat Party is demanding that Chuck Schumer shut down the government. If not, they'll be held to pay. We know that Chuck Schumer has had a war room going for the last couple of months to orchestrate the shutdown. That is their plan. So he comes up with this ransom note asking for $1 trillion to just keep the government open for 4 weeks. Republicans aren't going to buy that. President Trump's not going to sign it. There's a solution, and it's a simple, clean, continuing resolution to keep the government funded for the next 7 weeks as the appropriations committees work through the process. Democrats are pretty familiar with this. They've done it 13 times when Biden was in office, and the minimum number of votes they got was 65. But Chuck Schumer continues to bow down to that liberal wing, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren. The American people should not suffer the costs and the consequences of a Schumer shutdown because he is politically toxic in his own party.
All right, Mayor.
Good afternoon. Do you think if the president goes through and unilaterally starts to cut programs or lay people off, that will start to resonate with some of your Republican colleagues and say, hey, wait a minute, you know, he has that authority, but these are programs or things that are important to us? Is that a risk for Republicans?
Well, it's a risk that can be totally avoided. And if you're a Democrat who on countless occasions in the past has talked about the adverse consequences, the words of the Democrat leader, harmful, painful, chaotic consequences of a government shutdown, then just vote to keep the government open. I mean, those are things that they don't control, we don't control. How a shutdown gets managed is, at this point, a hypothetical question.
But your members aren't concerned that this might backfire, and sometimes these programs come back and they say, wait a minute, that was important to my state, that was important to my district.
Our members are unified that a government shutdown is a really bad idea for all those reasons, and it's the exact reason why Democrats ought to vote to keep the government open.
Democrats have been pretty clear they're going to defeat this House CR when it comes to the floor today. What is Plan B? Will you keep on bringing this back to the floor? And do you think the House should reconvene before Tuesday to maybe move the ball?
I don't know what the House can do that they haven't already done. They passed the bill. It's a bill that's passed by the House, sitting here in the Senate, ready to be signed into law by the President. And so, no, it's up to the Senate Democrats. That's where we are. And if they decide to vote it down tonight, they're going to be the ones that have to explain at midnight tonight why the government is shut down. It's really pretty straightforward. And this is something, again, that's been routine around here for a long time until all of a sudden the far left, as Senator Barrasso pointed out, hijacked the Democrat leadership here in the Senate, and they've decided to hijack the American people and hold them hostage to try and get a laundry list, a wish list, a Christmas list of their left-wing priorities attached, in their case, to a 4-week continuing resolution. Ours is 7 weeks, but they'll have the same leverage 7 weeks from now that they have today. And as I've said before, we're happy to sit down with them and talk about the concerns they have, the issues they have with, for example, the premium tax credits. But you got to do that. You can't do that in the context of a hostage situation. They need to release the hostage.
If there is a shutdown.
Right, and that's why we need to keep the government open. I'm just saying, the Farm Service agencies in my state, the Federal Highway Administration employees in my state or any of the other states, and my colleagues who are represented here, the Park Service employees in our state, these are all people that are going to be affected by this. And not to mention our military men and women, or men and women in uniform. So this is a totally avoidable crisis. And again, we are not going to be held hostage by the Democrats for more than $1 trillion in new spending and all kinds of other items on their liberal wish list, to include free health care for illegal immigrants in this country. That is all part of what can be avoided if they simply vote yes tonight.
Are you ruling out negotiations with Democrats if there's a shutdown? Are you ruling out any negotiations with Democrats if there is a shutdown?
The negotiation happens when the government's open. So let's keep the government open, and then we will have the negotiation. I've said it. I've said it yesterday at the meeting in the White House. I've said it to my Democrat colleagues. We're happy to sit down and talk about these other issues that they're interested in, but it should not have anything to do with whether or not, for a 7-week period, we keep the federal government open so that this government can continue to do its work, and that we can continue to do our work through the regular appropriations process to fund the government. This is not complicated. It's something that's happened routinely around here for a long time, including the 13 times it happened when the Democrats had the majority. So it's a binary choice. They get a chance to make that vote today, and I'm hoping, I sincerely do hope, in the interest and the best interest of the American people, that the Democrats here in Washington decide to keep our federal government open. Thank you.
Your impression?
I'm like too far. Shouldn't have let him go.
Then I'll walk through.
Yeah, that's great. Schumer shut down. Ryan's gone.
This from Tom.
What?
This is an email from Tom. So here's my burning question. If there's a shutdown, does the sun carry on still?
Yes.
It does?
The food, they just put out a notice today that food services still will continue.
Upset
there.
Say.
Upset
Yeah, but I need the carrot in the basement. But he said it's open. Whoa, saved my life.
You're welcome. I mean, it's not the first time I've saved your life, but yeah.
I'm sure it's not, but I mean, I... And since we're going to be trapped here,
Well, that's interesting.
Thank you. No, my disposal is on Friday. It's also on Saturday.
Have they started that overnight show? They heard that was the show at Hospital Space, right?
Yeah, we go to 12:30. Yes. I don't think I could be wrong.
So 11 is. They probably are there never.
So I kind of feel slightly obligated to do it.
They're going to do a special. Julie's talking. Because I think. They're going to do a bunch of demos. They're supposed to stop on October 6th, then they give DC 2 weeks period to October 20th. But they've already stopped. They've already like raised us. Okay. October 6th is when we're supposed to stop. But they can have some they launch us sometime. That's when yeah, so right now we have first order. There's one 7 there. We're keeping more than 7 and they're moving 8. And so it used to be that 8 was mostly studios and 7 was mostly so now they build studios and 7 and they're building newsrooms. No. Once like I think on October 20th they actually stopped. But makeup people. I think there's going to be some. Not all their studios are ready to be real. They'll like base their studio space for you. But like January 1st, it's.
Put it in out in the field, and that's big. Yeah. You need to get house floors, 50s, and the bonfires.
We're in this weird phase where they're not showing stuff.
Hey, I don't want to hear nothing about San Diego. San Diego has my heart.
We're not getting married, so it's like material.
The raining is so accurate. Counts for not. I don't accept any San Diego stuff. That's fine.
My cousin went there for a.
But if we get something, they just take it. But they also, I guess, they describe it as a med mod, so they want to do
That's right. San Diego's great. I had such a good time.
And they just signed a letter.
They have a light rail system. Now, it's not stellar, but it'll do the job. It'll get you places, you know? It'll get
That's what it sounds like. Scott, they have a deal with Scott.
Scott. Oh.
Two different things. He's already on. He's on this week. He's on. I saw him today. Kevin. It's kind of funny though. Like I want to be able to be clear. This is my last hit on MSNBC, and I don't know if I'll get that luxury. No, when it's MS Now, I won't.
this. No, this for real.
Yeah, it's
5 minutes later.
Right, exactly. I mean, I might have already happened. I may never be on there again. I did a hit. It's like they've already been drying up. Like I did a hit last week. But I haven't had a hit. Right. That's what it'll be like. It's funny though, the media ecosystem is like, everyone is so niche. People only watch CNN, only watch other things. So, I've run into people, hi, you don't work, you're doing something different? Because they don't see me on MSNBC. And they're watching on much because they're investment firms. It was the same thing on CNN. Once you don't appear on the thing that they watch, you might as well. You're going to be in Saturday. You're going to be here Saturday? Two soccer games.
About Dan's color.
Yes, you are actually. You are.
I had people asking if I work for Speaker Johnson after the time I was
Right there. Yes, they recruited me.
Or they can. No.
Space-wise, good? Good? Are you okay? Okay. Cool. Good?
This is his first year. Oh, it's his third. Oh, are they? Oh, he's actually saying Big stuff. Save us the misery. Get the walk. Just do it because it kept your team in it longer. At least it's the last walk. It really tips you. Cutting down. It's all in the other. I mean, the Mets did it this year. ALCS, or NLCS. Oh, that makes sense. About like the Red Sox. The Red Sox has had more success than that.
First thing I said to him. You do it every day.
Burgess, how come you don't do your hair like you do for Mom and Show all the time?
That's what I said to him. First thing I
You
said
look so
to him.
sharp. Not that you don't look good now.
No, he looks sharp.
I had a double take.
My arms are longer and distracted.
He's complimenting you.
I'm saying nice things. You look good.
He's not happy.
Trying to be supportive.
You know, Ryan, time slows down during a government shutdown.
Oh, does it?
It actually goes slow.
Oh, great. That's terrific.
Just what we need.
It's just what I want to hear. 35 days really felt like
it's very similar. It's kind of like being in outer space. It actually, it gets slower during the government shutdown.
Do we shrink? Do our bodies shrink? We'll find out. Chad was a lot taller before the two Trump.
I'm sure Hans Zimmerman read it. O's around this place. Time definitely dilates.
That's true too. That's also a possibility. Yeah.
Fresh legs.
Hello, everybody. Okay, we have Senators Murray and Klobuchar and Schatz. And before I get into my substantive remarks, I just heard something that Trump said. Here's what he said. We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible and bad for them, and irreversible like cutting vast numbers of people out. Well, there it is. Trump admitted himself that he is using Americans as political pawns. He is admitting that he is doing the firing of people, if God forbid it happens. He's using Americans as pawns, as I said. Democrats do not want a shutdown. We stand ready to work with Republicans to find a bipartisan compromise, and the ball's in their court. When he says he will do things, he is taking ownership. He is taking ownership. It's just like in his first term when he said he will own the shutdown. It's just a point I wanted to make. Okay, now, we're 10 hours away from government funding expiring simply because the Republicans are not serious about keeping it open. Finally, after months of asking, months, and mounting pressure, Leader Jeffries and I went to the White House yesterday to meet with the President and Republican leaders to find a way forward. And sitting in the room, it was very clear, behind closed doors, that the President hasn't fully grasped the magnitude of the disaster he's causing Americans. As costs continue to skyrocket for Americans, thanks to Trump's tariffs, economic policies, clean energy policies, and disastrous blunders, Americans are prepared to spend 114% more on their health insurance. That's right, that just came out. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation's analysis today, without ACA premium tax credits, premiums will double, more than double on average. And this not only affects those on ACA, it affects just about every American family with health insurance, because it is, as has been documented, when they get the deep cuts on ACA and on Medicaid, they don't have as much money, and they raise the costs on everybody else. So virtually no American with health insurance is immune from these disastrous Trump cuts. And what are Republicans doing about this? Avoiding lying. This week, look at this poster. This the one? Here. Let's get it front and center. I borrowed Thune's poster today, as many of you saw. This is what the House Republican Conference Call, Lisa McClain, the head, walked members through Poland and advised them not to make the message about health care, because ours lose that argument. That's not me. That's one of the Republican leaders who's in charge of messaging. They're right. She's right. Their position is so callous, and the damage is much greater than even people thought, that it's very unpopular. So when they're up against the brutal fact that Americans are to pay, take this one up, 114% more for marketplace enrollees who currently receive financial assistance. That's the Kaiser Foundation. It's devastating, devastating to them. And let me be clear, because they like to tell lies because they can't argue the merits. So they make up things. They said, they're saying undocumented people cannot and will not receive premium tax credits. They say that undocumented people are going to get these credits. That is absolutely false. That is one of the big lies they tell, so they don't have to discuss the issues. The federal government, by law that we passed, does not fund health insurance for undocumented immigrants in Medicaid, period, nor the ACA, nor Medicare. Undocumented immigrants do not get federal health insurance premiums, period. Period. They're lying. I hope you'll call them on it when they bring it up. Some of the newspapers have. Okay? I said this directly to Speaker Johnson in the Oval Office. I told him what he was saying was bull, because he said, you guys want that. And he just smirked and didn't even answer it. And why are they lying? They know how unpopular their position is on health care, but they shouldn't talk about it. Republicans know perfectly well that undocumented immigrants are already prohibited, as I said, from getting insurance on ACA, Medicare, or Medicaid. They know perfectly well not a single sentence or clause or comma that we're pushing in our bill does that, but they're lying because they know they're screwed if this debate turns into one about health care. And guess what? That's just what we are doing. We are making this debate a debate on health care. If you want an indication of how serious Republicans are about keeping the government open, who wants the shutdown? There's no better proof than the fact that Speaker Johnson sent everybody home this week, ensuring a shutdown no matter what the Senate did. So don't argue who wants the shutdown. It's Johnson. And when we asked President Trump to meet with us, Hakeem and I, by all reports, it was Johnson who made him pull the meeting back. Pull the meeting back. And if you want another indication, and so, by the way, so the House Republicans should be here, but they're home. If you want another indication of how serious Republicans are about funding the government, look no further than the deepfake AI video the President tried to put up last night after our meeting, when we were actually trying to fund the government. His video was dumb, it was childish, it was petty. It's something that a 5-year-old would do, not a president of the United States, but it shows how unserious they are. They don't give a damn about the harm they will cause with their shutdown. Now, Republicans have until midnight to cut the garbage and get serious with us about solving the health care crisis. When I was majority leader, this is what I did with Thune's chart this morning. He had all these years that we passed CRs. We passed budget bills. We did. You know why? As leader, I sat down with the Republicans every one of those years and created a bipartisan bill. Their bill is partisan. They call it clean. We call it partisan. It has no Democratic input. Thune never talked to me. Johnson never talked to Hakeem. And now Thune is saying, well, the appropriators are working at it. As Patty will tell you, they are trying to work out some budget bills. But the two issues they couldn't decide were health care and rescissions, impoundment, pocket rescissions. And they all agreed the four leaders should decide that. And that's when we wrote Thune, and that's when we wrote Johnson, and they never even met with us. So that's why we were able to avoid shutdowns, because we did it in a bipartisan way. They are partisan totally with no input from us. So as Republicans continue to lie, distract, duck, hide, Democrats remain ready to get to work, negotiate a bipartisan agreement, and keep the government funded. Senator Murray. I'm going to take all my papers here. Thank you.
Well, there is less than 12 hours to fund the government. House Republicans aren't even here in town, they're on vacation. Meanwhile, Senate Republicans are about to force another vote on a bill that already did not pass and that 8 of them did not even bother to show up to vote for the first time. And Donald Trump, well, the president is resorting to AI deepfakes and bold-faced lies because the actual facts are pretty bad for him here. So here are the facts. Healthcare rates are being set right now. Open enrollment is weeks away. Idaho open enrollment starts October 15th. So American citizens are about to see their premiums skyrocket. In my state, family paying $238 per month for their health insurance right now, thanks to Republicans, they could pay as much as $1,800 per month next year. Look, is the president totally unfit to hold office? Yeah. But it is not about that. This is about health care. He is choosing to shut down the government rather than work with Democrats to fix the health care crisis Republicans created. If it seems like the only sentence that Republicans can form these days consists of a noun, verb, and illegal immigrant, that's because they have to resort to outright lies to defend their truly god-awful health care policies. Their attacks on health care are already hurting American citizens, millions of them. There is no getting around it. Cutting health care by more than $1 trillion, hospitals are already laying off staff and closing down across the country. Millions are going to soon be kicked off of their health care. So Donald Trump can lie, J.D. Vance can lie, but people are still going to get those letters in the mail telling them how much more their health insurance will cost next year. Now, apparently, when President Trump was looking over Democratic health care proposals, he said, and I quote, "Go F yourself." That tells you how much Donald Trump cares about whether families go bankrupt paying for their health care. Premiums on the marketplace are set to more than double. Washington State had an uninsured rate of 15% before the Affordable Care Act. Now, because of that, it is down to 5%. People now, though, are going to lose their health insurance because of Trump and Republicans. They're going to put off their care. Many will get sicker, and some will even die. That is the reality. That is why we're here fighting for health care. I'll be voting no on the partisan Republican-only funding bill that already didn't pass a few weeks ago. I'll be voting yes on the Democratic bill that not only funds government, but also addresses this GOP healthcare crisis and protects Congress's power of the purse. I am ready to keep the government open. As I have said over the last 2 weeks, I am ready. I am willing to stay at the table for as long as it takes. But the question remains, will the Republican leadership get serious and negotiate?
Thank you, Patty. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, Senator Schumer, and to my colleagues. So yesterday, after weeks of waiting to see if the president would lead Senator Schumer and Leader Jeffrey go over to the White House, this is not a joke. People are literally standing on a healthcare cliff right now. For members of our caucus, when the Republicans, a whole bunch of them, didn't show up and vote last week, what did our people do? We went out and we met with the people in our state. We met with doctors and nurses. We went to rural hospitals.
Because this institution, this body, did not deal with the Affordable Care Act extensions of subsidies that provided affordable health insurance to millions of Americans. This is something that is already going to affect the burden that rural hospitals have. It's going to burden Americans as they try to keep working, and it's going to burden an ever-increasing healthcare system that is facing these costs. I hope that we can do something, make a commitment to focus on affordability. Why? The American people are seeing huge cost increase in groceries, in gasoline, in everyday products. Our manufacturers are seeing increases in cost. And so this is an issue that needs to be tackled today, not in a few weeks when you're locked into the higher rates. It's not something that can be done by the end of the year because you're going to be locked in to higher rates. This is something that Congress and the administration need to hash out now. Now, I'm an advocate of, I wish we would have hashed it out last summer. I basically started realizing in July that this was going to affect my state when our insurance commissioner came up with what they predicted would be a 20+% increase in rates. And we started speaking with small businesses across the state who said it was going to affect their ability to keep their employees because of the cost of health care. So what are we doing now? Well, instead of addressing this issue, the Affordable Care Act healthcare market rate extension of making sure that premiums don't rise significantly on many Americans, people are denying that the problem exists or that the deadline is actually here, past due really, to affect what we think is an emergency. Last week, my office released a report showing that dramatic increases in premiums for many states in the United States have already gotten approval, and just one chart that I will show you shows those increased rates, not just for the state of Washington, which we saw a 21% increase, but for many other states, Arizona, which they are proposing a 48% increase, Georgia, 39% increase, North Carolina, 29.36, and Texas, 39.28. Why are they going up so much? Well, insurers are saying in their states the primary reason, as I mentioned earlier, administration tariffs, cost of delivering the healthcare system, and the pending failure of Congress to extend the tax credits in the Affordable Care Act. As a result, as I said, many people will be paying these higher rates, but 5 million Americans across the country, including 80,000 Washingtonians, the estimates are, will just no longer be able to afford insurance. That's the estimate. 5 million Americans across the country, 80,000 in my state, will just be like, nope, can't afford insurance anymore, not going to buy it. Why is that so important? Well, because the Affordable Care Act drove down the rate of uninsured in America from about 15% to about 7%. That decrease in uncompensated care helped us reduce our overall health care costs, too, for people who are getting insurance in many different ways. When you have uncompensated care, the costs don't just evaporate and go into the sky. They're paid by the rest of us in the system. Failing to deal with this affects everybody's health care, not just those on the Affordable Care Act premium plan of extension of these credits. It affects everybody because you're increasing the cost of health care throughout the entire system. I don't want to roll the dice on this and find out what happens to many of my constituents. I don't want to find out what happens when people who don't have health insurance get sick anyway and go to the emergency room or have a devastating diagnosis just because we wouldn't act. When you think about this, the ranks of people who are in this uninsured market don't stop getting sick. They do still have costs, and that uncompensated care is what drove up the cost of our healthcare system overall. So now, as we face inflation, it's the last thing we should be doing is to drive up the cost of anything just because we have failed to act. The last thing we need to do is discover that on November 1st, that those premiums, which will go into place as people purchase those plans, is something that we can't reverse for the future because the market is a marketplace. It's a marketplace of insurance. If we want to affect this, we should affect it now. In August, I asked the chairman and ranking member of the Finance Committee to hold a hearing on how to lower these costs for Americans and find ways to keep people insured and healthy. Unfortunately, the Senate Finance Committee did not even meet in September and did not schedule any hearings to actually even discuss this particular problem. I would have hoped that there would have been an illumination with our report as everybody realized these rates are going to get locked in. People are going to make purchases decisions in November and December. And then, as I said, lots of people will just say, I can't afford these rates, they're insane, and now I'm going to just drop out of the marketplace, but yeah, I'm still going to get sick, and I'm still going to cost the hospital and the part of the state that may not even be able to afford it, I'm still going to have uncompensated care costs. All of this could have been discussed, and that is why when we put out the report, we expressed the urgency by sending the same letter, not a big political letter, but a letter to the ranking member and chairman of the Finance Committee, but also to the leadership of the Senate, the House, and the President, saying, you need to wake up to this problem. This problem is real. It will affect our economy. It will affect millions of people, and it'll affect the rest of us by driving up the cost of health insurance. So I heard Speaker Johnson on the television this morning saying that extending the ACA credits is a December issue. Well, it's not really a December issue if people start in October and November making decisions and locking themselves in to higher rates or deciding that they're not going to even buy insurance because it's too expensive. He said reforms are needed to the program. Great, we could have had that discussion in August or September, and we certainly could have it today, but I see no convening. The House isn't even here. I see no convening of people saying, let's get serious about these extensions and the high cost of health insurance. Families are relying on the exchange, and these decisions need to be made during this open enrollment period. I know people are thinking, oh, this is such a geeky issue. Trust me. I know that many Americans are frustrated over enrollment periods for health insurance, period. Okay? They're always challenged by the fact that an employer or this healthcare system, yes, we need to keep working to improve the healthcare system. But right now, we don't want to lose millions of people from the healthcare system just because we don't want to talk about it and somebody wants to talk about it later. To enroll by December 15th, you need to know what the premium costs are. To get coverage starting on January 1st, you need to enroll by December 15th. So that means you have to know what this situation is all about now. When these insurance commissioners across the country, go back to those rates, started publishing those rates, that's when everybody should have woken up and said, what the heck are we talking about? 30, 40, almost 40%, oh, in Arizona, 40%. What are we talking about? Insurance commissioners are proposing, oh, by the way, maybe in a few red states, they knew it was so bad, they didn't even want to put the information out there. Our report published a lot of this, and people weren't even thinking about it. They weren't even thinking about or letting people put out the information about how high the rates were going to be. So why would you do that? Why not address the underlying issue and say, what are we doing about the high cost of health care? So my colleagues on the other side are so confident. Let's hear what their proposal is. Let's hear what they are going to do, because I'm pretty sure the tariffs, the Medicaid cuts, and this proposal not to deal with the Affordable Care Act extension are driving up these rates to extraordinary rates that are going to hurt all Americans by making health care more expensive. So I will just say we didn't even have a hearing in the committee of jurisdiction on the fact that we cut $1 trillion out of the health care system and stripped Medicaid coverage from 11 million Americans. We didn't even have a hearing on that. So our constituents, Mr. President, should be listened to. We need to address this issue. We want members to figure out how to make health care more affordable for millions of Americans. The 119th Congress thus far has squandered too much time focusing too little on this issue. We need to roll up our sleeves, focus on immediate, real solutions that impact millions of Americans. Together, we can figure out a way to extend these expiring credits and come up with solutions to lower those costs, and I urge my colleagues to do so as soon as possible. The American people are depending on us to help them not face these enormous inflationary costs. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
The Minority Whip.
Are we on a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're just hours away from a deadline to fund the federal government. This task of funding our government is one of the most important responsibilities vested in Congress. This is not my first rodeo. I've been through shutdowns before. The last one, and one of the longest, was in President Trump's first term. So here in his second term comes another government shutdown, just 9 months into his presidency. Accomplishing this funding of our government requires bipartisan compromise. Do the math. To pass anything of substance in the United States Senate, you need 60 votes. There are 53 Republicans and 47 Democrats. You need at least 7 Democratic votes to join all the Republicans if you want to have a bipartisan roll call that passes. So that would suggest to any president and any member of the majority party that it's a good idea to sit down with the senators from the other side of the aisle before you reach the shutdown phase of this conversation. If we fail to fund this government, farmers won't receive their payments and loans they need to stay afloat, facing President Trump's tariffs. Medical breakthroughs and research will be put on hold. American service members and thousands of federal employees across the country will be forced to work without pay. But unfortunately, we've seen little interest on the other side to sit down and talk about it and to reach a compromise. The Republicans control the White House, they control the Senate, they control the House of Representatives, and they've decided the best approach is don't negotiate with the Democrats. Give them a take it or leave it, and let's see what happens. Despite knowing since March that government funding was going to run out tonight, President Donald Trump waited until yesterday to meet with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. What was he waiting for? He understands the president bears major responsibility if a shutdown takes place. Think about it. He waited until a day before the government funding deadline to finally sit down and talk to both political parties. The Republican Majority Leader Thune said he's committed to passing appropriation bills through regular order. I agree. I'm on the Appropriations Committee. I think we're doing a pretty good job and we can do better. We also want to pass government spending bills, but we refuse to rubber stamp President Trump's harmful cuts and reckless actions. Yet, instead of being here to do the work of funding our government, Republicans in the House are gone. They left Washington last week and don't plan to return till next week. That doesn't help at all. The House must stop playing political games and come to work so we can actually avoid this shutdown. Republicans must take responsibility for the government they control. Government they control. White House Republicans are on vacation. Their refusal to prevent a shutdown will ruin millions of American travel plans. During a shutdown, air traffic controllers and TSA employees work without pay. That's not reassuring. This means delays and longer wait times for travelers at airports across the country. Just like the last time that President Donald Trump shut down the government in 2018 for 35 long days. It took pressure from the air traffic controllers to finally end that Trump shutdown. And our aviation system will continue to bear the effects because the shutdown would pause hiring and training programs for air traffic controllers at a time when we should be improving safety. Does it make you feel more confident to take a flight and realize that that air traffic controller, if they're at work, is working without pay? Or that the testing and training of the air traffic controllers has been delayed because of a shutdown? So the next time you're sitting in an airport and you see your flight delayed, you can thank those who didn't want to sit down and talk before the shutdown faces. Unfortunately, the Trump administration is preparing to weaponize the shutdown and continue their attacks on the federal workforce. Without any rhyme or reason, they have been chopping off thousands and thousands of federal employees. Sometimes the employees are doing essential work and they beg them to come back to work. Some do, some don't. Last week, the director of the OMB, Russell Vought, sent out a memo stating that any government employee who seeks funding for their role labs because of a shutdown would be fired if their work does not align with the president's objectives. They're promising a big shutdown of the federal workforce. These firings jeopardize progress at federal agencies already indiscriminately gutted by the Trump administration. The Trump administration has begged fired employees to return to work at agencies like the National Weather Service and Department of Energy. Even Republican senators, some agree government employees are not pawns to be played during the debate on government funding. These employees and their families deserve a better boss. But the Trump administration apparently doesn't care. They're content to cause continual chaos across the government to score cheap points. The American people know who's making the government work and who's trying to destroy it. For months, Democrats have been ready and willing to work with Republicans to avoid the awful effects of a shutdown. Why should the average American care about a shutdown? What import does it have to you and your life and your family? It's basic. It's health care. That's what this is about on the Democratic side. We think this is a battle worth fighting. We face a prospect of some 24 million Americans either losing their health insurance in the next several weeks or seeing dramatic increases in their premium payment. Some will have to get a different insurance policy with higher deductibles. Some won't be able to afford health insurance at all. And take a look at what the cutback in Medicaid is going to do to hospitals across our country. Illinois is a great state, very diverse. Beautiful big city of Chicago and a lot of smaller rural area towns as well. These rural areas count on hospitals like no other place in our state. They are literally the lifeline. And if these hospitals start to close, it not only presents a hardship when it comes to medical care, it hurts the economy of the region. Imagine trying to keep or attract a company to bring their business to your town when you just lost your hospital. This cutback in the big, beautiful budget bill of the Trump administration of paying into Medicaid is exactly the wrong thing to do for my home state of Illinois and for most other states. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. We want to stop this cutback in health care quality and availability across this country. That's what we're holding out for. It isn't some big, beautiful border wall. It's what American families have to pay for health insurance each month. You ought to see the numbers if we don't do anything. The so-called ACA tax credits means that there's a helping hand for families in income situations where they're eligible to pay for health insurance. The Republicans eliminated this helping hand, and now the premiums are going to go up. We've already received notice in Illinois of several insurance companies that have gone out of business. It's a problem, a real serious problem in terms of the cost of premiums for families. So that's what this is about. Bringing down the government is not a good policy by and large, but neither is cutting the health care for 25 million Americans. So that's what we're bringing this issue together on. Can we have a sit down with Democrats and Republicans and reach an agreement? Yes, we can. We can start tonight. There's no reason why we shouldn't. So I hope that my friends on the other side of the aisle will understand that uninsured Americans and Americans with health insurance that they can't afford is serious hardship for working families. Mr. President, I hope my Republican colleagues will join us in a bipartisan conversation. It's long overdue. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to discuss a vote that the Senate will take later this week on a block of executive nominations. The vote will likely come either tomorrow or possibly Friday, and there's a block of approximately 100 nominations that we will be considering. And I rise to talk about the nomination of one individual, Bill White, to be the United States ambassador to Belgium. I regret that we are taking up nominations in block. I think there are good reasons to reform the nominations process. I think we probably have to have Senate confirmation for too many people. But I didn't believe a few weeks ago in the Senate action that allowed people to be lumped together, because my view was that causes individuals who are in the block not to get the appropriate scrutiny that they should get. I viewed the action bluntly as a little less about advancing nominations as raising the risk of hiding nominations in large groups where individuals would not get appropriate scrutiny. And I believe that very strongly to be the case of Mr. White. Mr. White is President Trump's nominee to be ambassador to an important U.S. ally, Belgium, the headquarters of NATO. And Mr. White has done some good things in his life, and I don't dispute that. And I know he's been a strong supporter of President Trump, as are virtually all of the Trump appointees, many of whom I have voted for. I haven't done this calculation, but I probably have a track record of, on the Democratic side, of voting for as high a percentage of President Trump's nominees, both in term one and term two, as just about anyone, because I do believe, as a former governor, that your election does carry with it a mandate to be able to assemble a team of like-minded people. And even if I might disagree with you, President Trump was elected and should have the ability to assemble a team of like-minded people. But I do carefully scrutinize the character, judgment, and qualifications of the individuals who are put before us for important positions. And this nomination of this individual for this country at this time I view as so uniquely bad that I wanted to take the time to come to the floor and talk about why. And what I'm going to talk about is Mr. White's judgment, as evidenced by his social media postings. And I have a whole lot of examples I could use, but I'm going to just narrow it down to ones that I think are a true window into this individual's judgment and character, and demonstrates that he's not suitable to represent the United States in a critical ambassadorial position. On May 16, 2023, he tweeted out about one of our colleagues, Senator Graham of South Carolina. Graham is a snake. He's tweeted out many bad things about Democratic colleagues that I'm not going to post before you, but someone who says about Lindsey Graham that he is a snake is not demonstrating the judgment that you need to be an ambassador representing the United States in Belgium. Mr. White fell down the rabbit hole of election conspiracy in 2020 and has repeatedly tweeted and posted his belief that the 2020 election was not accurately called and that Donald Trump actually won rather than President Biden. Now, I think any intelligent person recognizes that as a conspiracy theory that most fourth graders wouldn't be gullible enough to fall for. But Mr. White has tweeted it over and over and over again, and he's gone beyond just asserting that Donald Trump won the election in 2020. He's actually gone much, much farther than that. In the run-up to the election of 2024, so this is now 4 years after the 2020 election, Mr. White was posting material, reposting material about Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, claiming that he had acted improperly in the 2020 election, locked Georgia's Secretary of State, and forgive me, this is a quote, "lock this mother effer up." That is what he is calling to happen to the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia. And this was recent. This is in August of 2024. This is not years and years and years ago. Mr. White went on to continue in this extreme rhetoric in the aftermath of President Trump's election in 2024. Within the days to follow, shortly after the election, he basically says Donald Trump won Georgia. That's referring to the 2024 election. And then it's high time now to legitimately prosecute the Georgia Secretary of State and Governor Kemp, the Republican governor of Georgia, Mr. White, is calling for them both to be prosecuted, and this was just at the time that Donald Trump won the 2024 election. Okay, Donald Trump has been elected president in 2024. Why are you still so focused on a campaign of retribution against Georgia Republicans that you are urging to be locked up and prosecuted? To be an ambassador, you need to have some judgment. You need to have some diplomacy. You'll deal with tough issues. Belgium is not a big country, but Belgium is a very important country. It's been a U.S. ally for a very long time, and it's the headquarters of NATO, which has huge importance in the world right now. And putting somebody into a position like this who puts out negative tweets about Lindsey Graham and who is encouraging Republican officials in Georgia to be prosecuted and locked up, I think those would be disqualifying in and of themselves. But as I was looking at this individual social media account, I came upon something else that a lot of people didn't notice because it seemed odd, but I did a little bit of research into it, and I want to focus on it. Mr. White, in May of 2024, months before President Trump's election, retweeted a post from an individual named Dries Van Langenhove with a video from this individual. And the video is a lengthy video where this individual, Dries Van Langenhove, says, "This Friday they may send me to prison for years, so this video is my last chance. They are trying to destroy me, but with your help we will destroy them. Free Dries." Among the other tweets calling a colleague a snake and calling for people to be locked up, this one seemed odd. Who's Dries Van Langenhove? Who's Dries Van Langenhove? Dries Van Langenhove is a convicted, Holocaust-denying, pro-violence anti-Semite in Belgium. And the tweet that Mr. White posted was his video the night before he was sentenced to a year in prison for inciting violence and denying the Holocaust. This is an article from Politico Europe in March of 2024, and it talks about Mr. Van Langenhove. Title: Belgium's far-right prodigy gets prison term for inciting violence. Dries Van Langenhove, a political activist and leader of a Flemish nationalist youth movement called Schilden Vrienden, was convicted of inciting violence and denying the Holocaust, the Ghent Criminal Court ruled. He reveled in Nazi ideas that caused much suffering. He wants to undermine society, a judge said when announcing the ruling. Why would Mr. White, in March of 2024, even know who Dries Van Langenhove was? When I saw this, as I was researching this prior to the hearing in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I had no idea who Dries Van Langenhove was, and I wondered, why is Mr. White platforming this individual I know nothing about? And then as I read it, I find that he is a notorious violence-promoting, Holocaust-denying, anti-Semite criminal convict in Belgium. This is a big deal. The ADL says that of any nation in Europe, Belgium has seen the most spike in anti-Semitic behavior since October 7. Some of you might remember the attack, the Charlie Hebdo attack in Paris a couple years ago, pre-October 7. There was a similar attack on the same day in Belgium, an anti-Semitic attack. Belgians have been charged with crimes of vandalism and religious-based violence in attacks on the Holocaust Museum in both Belgium, Brussels, and Paris. And the Belgian government is really working hard to try to deal with this cancer of anti-Semitism in this nation. As far as I know, Mr. Langenhove is the only individual who has been successfully prosecuted in Belgium for Holocaust denying and inciting violence and reveling in pro-Nazi ideas. And the material that Bill White posted was Mr. Van Langenhove seeking support and donations to help him avoid accountability for his words and actions. Mr. White's work in the past might qualify him to serve in some capacities. I'm not saying there isn't a position, one that doesn't require diplomacy, where his skills might be necessary. But this particular appointment is an insult to Belgium, a nation that is trying to deal with a deep, deep challenge in anti-Semitism. For the United States to send as an ambassador to that nation someone who has platformed the far-right prodigy who's received a prison term for inciting anti-Semitic violence is a slap in the face of this important ally. I started by saying I'm worried that the fact that this nomination is being slid into the middle of a big block of nominations means it won't get the attention that it deserved. Traditionally, on a nomination like this, we might get 1 or 2 hours on the floor to focus on this particular individual. My colleague, Senator Merkley, as we were discussing the change that allowed block nominations, proposed an alternative where you could remove a name from the block if you wanted to actually have some ability to focus on it, and that effort was unsuccessful. But I want to raise this today. This is already getting press in Belgium. The hearing itself, where it came to light that Mr. White was platforming Dries Van Langenhove, is getting press in Belgium. It's getting press elsewhere in Europe, and it's being examined as to, well, wait, how does the U.S. feel about this country and this relationship? How does the U.S. feel about qualifications for diplomats if someone who is so intemperate in his speech, but also is platforming Belgian Holocaust deniers, gets the plum position to be our ambassador to Belgium? And so my hope, and in life I've often learned that high hopes is great, and so is low expectations. And I will say, in standing here today, I stand here with high hopes and low expectations. My hope is that some of my Republican colleagues might look at this and say, this is a bridge too far. This is too important a country, and anti-Semitism is too important an issue to send with the imprimatur of U.S. ambassador into this ally of the United States somebody who is platforming and promoting an anti-Semitic, Holocaust-denying, convicted criminal. And that is my hope, that when we have this vote later in the week, we might decide that the United States can do better by our ally. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia.
The absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
tells you the press has no credibility. But I will say that what we've done has been a great tribute to the people that's standing behind me in different forms. Linda in education, different, but what she's doing in education, she's sending education back to the states. That's a big move. The states, like, you know, you go back to Indiana, Iowa, you know, I would say 40 states will be great. 45 will be, you know, the 5% of them will be pretty good, but, and then you're going to have a Gavin Newsom and some other people that aren't going to do a good job, but, you know, we'll help them out. I want to help them out. And we're going to have safe cities again. We're going to be very safe. We're going to be going to Chicago pretty soon because a friend of mine, a great guy, the head of the Union Pacific, he said, "Sir, you have to save Chicago. It's going bad. It's going bad fast, and it's a great city." He's right. It's a great city. I know it very well. And we have to save Chicago. So we're going to Memphis, Tennessee right now. We've had a home run in D.C. You can walk out. Brian, you got mugged here a long time ago.
Yes, sir.
And the mugger must have felt some pain because you're a tough cookie.
Well, he had a gun, and I wish I would have had.
I know. Well, then, if he had a gun, all you can do is say thank you very much. Yeah. No, but it's everybody here. I mean, you were here in the room when I said to the reporters, who got mugged in the last year? And like half of the people raised their hand. Now, if you said who got mugged over the last 60 days, nobody. No killing, no nothing. And the restaurants are booming, the town is booming, it's clean. You know, the National Guard actually went out and started cleaning all the crap out of the parks. The tents are knocked down. We had one that you said it was a blue tent, and you said it was a communist tent, right? See, we're going to have a communist mayor of New York, so, you know, let's see how that works out.
And I've gotten a lot of feedback on that. Everyone's very appreciative.
Yeah. You told me about a blue tent, and I said, I can't be there because we knocked them down. But this was a very highly sophisticated group of people that had permits and all the other things. Well, their permit expired. We knocked it down. It took, what, 24 hours less, maybe? Yes, sir. So I appreciate you telling me that. No, we have a great thing. The country is doing incredible. We are a hot country. The hottest. We're the hottest country in the world right now.
Do the parents of the kids have anything they'd like to say?
Yeah, that's a great question. Would you like to say something?
I would.
That's a good comment right there. That's the best comment you've made in a long time.
Mr. President, good evening. I'm Josh Armstrong. My name is Josh Armstrong. I'm from West Virginia, and I'm the father of this amazingly brave and resilient little 6-year-old, Laurel. Laurel was diagnosed with leukemia when she was 2 years old, just before her 3rd birthday. And we went on to watch as she spent months in the hospital fighting for her life, as she received blood transfusions and platelet transfusions, as she fought off one potentially fatal infection after another. We watched as her body swelled and became painful from steroids, and then as it became frail and weak from chemotherapy. And we watched and we wondered why there aren't better treatments available, and we wondered what might happen if she doesn't get the drugs she needs. And we wondered, why isn't anybody doing more? And on behalf of myself and all the parents that have watched and wondered, we'd like to say that what you're doing today gives parents like me and children like Laurel the one thing that we most desperately need, and that's hope.
And Laurel's doing well.
And Laurel is, I'm happy to say Laurel's in remission today.
That's good. She looks so beautiful.
Thank you. She is beautiful.
You feeling good, Laurel?
That's for you.
You look so great.
Because of this bill, doctors are going to be able to get better treatments faster to patients like Laurel.
Big
and
difference.
because of you making children like her real children, not cases or statistics, but children like Laurel and all of these children here today, we have that hope. And we are so proud that you're standing with children with cancer and making it a national priority.
That's very nice.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We're with you all the way. How about you, back there, Dad?
Actually, I'd like my daughter to speak.
I like that much better.
Carolyn would like to speak. She's
That's very good. I'd like you to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Hendricks. When I was 4 years old, I was diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma, a pediatric bone cancer. 11 years later, I'm now 16 years old, and I'm doing great. What you're doing today, Mr. President, means that kids like me will get better options and so much more hope for the future. This will help doctors use technology to find cures faster, match patients to trials more quickly, and give our families more control over our health. For kids, every day counts. This order shows that our lives matter enough to be first in line for innovation. On behalf of children and young adults with cancer, those still fighting, and those in remission like me, and families who wish that they had more time together. Thank you for making us a national priority. Mr. President, because of actions like this, kids like me have the chance to grow up, to chase our dreams, and to live full lives. And that is the greatest gift anyone could ever give.
Wow, that was so good. Your father could not have done that like you. You did us a big service, Father.
Yes, sir.
That's great. When did you learn how to speak like that?
I've done lots of speeches for childhood cancer over the last few years, and I'm also in a theater program, so that
That's
helps a
great.
lot.
Well, good. That's a great job. Would anybody like to say something? Would anybody? Would you like to say something, honey?
Yes. I'm Iloni Myers and I'm 9 years old, and I had a blood cancer called leukemia when I was only 2 years old. I had to get treated at 7 different hospitals across this country, and I had to have 2 bone marrow transplants, one for my dad and one for my mom. And I had to spend many days and the nights in the hospital getting pokies and yucky medicine. And me and my parents were very worried, and I had to go through those 7 different hospitals to find the best treatment that can make me better. And thank you, Mr. President, for making everything happen today. So kids like me and Laura, we can still be living today and speaking.
All right. They're doing better than any of us have done. We're doing lousy. We're not doing so well today. They're doing so good. That was fantastic. Thank you. And you're feeling good now? Yes. Are you all better? You're pretty close, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you're going to do good. Anybody like to say something? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I've had a brain tumor since I was 4 months. Now I'm off I'm off all medicines. I'm a cancer survivor. I've had a brain tumor since I was 4 months, and I'm doing great. I'm 15 now, and I'm going to 10th
And you're going to be a football player, offensive lineman. You look fantastic. How about somebody else? I love hearing this. I love hearing you talk because you talk better than any of us, right, Jim?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I want to thank you all for being here. Amazing.
We wouldn't miss this.
Well, thank you. But you know, we're doing a lot for you, and you're all gonna be better very soon. I don't think you're gonna need any of the help that we're giving. It's gonna be for the future. But I want to thank you for being with us, and I'm going to bring them back to a room. We have a room where we have lots of hats and things in the back, and would you like to go back and we'll pick some nice presents?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get rid of the wonderful people of the media. Do you like the media? They're nice, right? They have good days, right? They do, actually, they do. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. That's really good. And thank you. We're not going to top that, so I want to just thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
But this is not the majority of Democrats that believe this. I don't think that for a second. And I know many of my Democratic colleagues here don't believe that. But the loon wing, the socialist wing, the angry Gary Busey wing of the Democratic Party is in ascendancy. And they've got a lot of power, enormous amount of power. And many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of them. And the loon wing is mad at many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate. They shouldn't be, but they are. And therefore, many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of the loon wing. And they want the loon wing to love them. The loon wing will never love them. They're better off doing the right thing, and they know what the right thing to do is. But that's why I say this is a political decision, and that's why we're going to shut government down. Now, once you shut government down, unless you're prepared to leave it shut down permanently, and maybe my Democratic colleagues are, but I don't think so. I still, maybe I'm naive, but I still think too many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate know better. Once you shut the government down, you got to get back open. How are they going to get it back open? We're not going to agree to their demands. $1.5 trillion. They know we're not going to agree to it. So how is my friend Senator Schumer going to get government back open? You know, there's a famous movie line. I don't remember the movie. I think Denzel Washington said the line. I love Denzel Washington. He's what cool looks like. The guy's awesome. He's a total baller, man. I love Denzel Washington. But anyway, I think he said in one movie, if you pray for rain, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. And truer words were never spoken. So if you want to shut down, I say to my Democratic friends, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. How are you going to get it back open? How are you going to get it back open? I wouldn't want to be in their shoes to have to make that decision. Let me just say a few words. Every time we do a shutdown, it scares the living daylights out of the American people, especially our elderly. It breaks my heart. All of us get phone calls from folks scared to death. They're not going to get their Social Security check, or they're not going to be able to see their doctor, and it just breaks my heart. So I want to give them a little bit of assurance. During the shutdown, the executive branch will be in charge, and the Trump administration is not going to do anything to hurt our elderly. I want to assure them of that. If you're receiving a Social Security check or Medicare or Medicaid or a veteran's disability, your checks are going to continue. We will make sure of that. Trump administration will make sure of that. Government may be shut down, but essential workers will still be there to make sure those checks are sent out. If you're hungry and you don't have the money to eat, we're not going to let you starve to death. The administration is going to continue payments. We call it, some people call it SNAP. I call it food stamps. And we will continue the payments for the women, infants, and children's program. Most of us refer that to WIC. You'll still get your mail. Don't worry about that. Postal Service will be working through the shutdown. If you depend for health care on your Veterans Administration and VA medical centers, they're going to remain open. So I don't want you to be scared about that. Now, you're going to notice an impact. Probably we've got 2.5 million federal employees. Probably 750,000 aren't going to be on the job. Under the law, they have to go home. So you will notice an impact. You'll notice it in our parks. You'll notice it in our museums here in Washington. If you're visiting, you'll notice it in many of the federal agencies. That's the law. They can't come to work in a shutdown. Doesn't matter who initiates the shutdown. We still got a little time. It's midnight tonight, and we're going to be taking some votes here in a few minutes, give our Democratic colleagues one last chance to do the right thing. And I certainly hope they accept it. With that, Mr. President, appreciate your patience, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Democrats do not want a shutdown. Democrats also do not want millions of American families to go bankrupt next year because their health care premiums more than double. And Democrats do not want people to get kicked off their health care, get sick, or even die. Democrats want to stop our rural hospitals from closing and laying off more staff. We have been clear about this for weeks and weeks and weeks. All along, Democrats have made clear we are ready to hammer out a solution to prevent a shutdown and save people's health care. But I'm afraid that at every step of the way, Republican leadership has made clear they would rather shut down the government than make sure people can afford health care. Apparently, working with Democrats to save American families money and keep the government open is too much for Republican leadership, because their plan so far has been to let health care premiums double next year and insist that Democrats swallow a bill that does nothing on health care. President Trump and Republicans in Congress would rather shut down the government than have serious negotiations to lower costs, save health care, and prevent a shutdown. Unfortunately, Republicans decided on the shutdown track weeks ago and have done nothing to steer away from that cliff. This is not hard to understand. Republican leadership has not been subtle. If Republicans were serious about avoiding a shutdown, they would not have skipped town last week. And Speaker Johnson wouldn't be refusing to return lawmakers until after the funding deadline. If Republicans were serious about avoiding a shutdown, they wouldn't be holding a vote on a bill that already failed, and that, I should say, actually got fewer votes than Democrats' bill, since 8 Republican senators didn't even bother to show up to take that vote. If Republican leadership was serious about avoiding a shutdown, they wouldn't be refusing to hold the vote until the last minute. If Republican leadership was serious about avoiding a shutdown, Trump wouldn't say, "Don't bother dealing with Democrats." He wouldn't shrug his shoulders and say, quote, "If it has to shut down, it'll shut down." If Republican leadership was serious about avoiding a shutdown, they would not have waited until the last possible moment to hold a meeting that could have happened weeks ago, and they would have listened and negotiated at that meeting instead of just saying my way or the highway. And ask yourself this: if Donald Trump and Republican leadership were serious about preventing a shutdown, would Trump be tweeting out completely unserious AI videos riddled with lies, debunked conspiracies, and mariachi music? Would they be toying with the lives of public servants and threatening to fire more of them when they know the vital role that they all play in providing services to the American people? Come on. The president is thrilled to be shutting things down and sowing division, not working to solve the problem. He's showing every day how unserious he is in this moment. Or let's look at this another way. What would the Trump administration and Republicans be doing if they wanted a shutdown? Well, if President Trump and Republicans wanted a shutdown, they might be planning how to cause as much damage as possible, planning how they would hurt women and children who need vital nutrition assistance. The administration might be planning to use a shutdown as a pretext to conduct more of the same mass firings we have seen for months and inflict more pain. Republicans might be openly talking about how Trump, quote, welcomes the shutdown and how they will use it to advance their extreme agenda, exactly like Russ Vought and his team at OMB are doing and have been doing. If President Trump wanted a shutdown, he might be scheduling meetings with Democratic leaders only to cancel them and finally reschedule them at the latest possible moment, exactly as he just did. If Republican leadership wanted a shutdown, they might mischaracterize what Democrats' position is, because they know that refusing to lower costs and protect people's health care, which is what they've been doing, is not popular. And of course, mischaracterizing Democratic positions is exactly what Republican leadership have been doing. Mr. President, I swear, the only way President Trump knows how to compose a sentence is noun, verb, illegal immigrant. And hey, why not throw in transgender for good measure? That is how he aims to sow division and hatred. Are they serious? American citizens across the country are starting to get letters now warning that their premiums are set to double. Hospitals are already closing, laying off staff, and not for no reason in particular. This healthcare crisis is happening explicitly because of Republican policy decisions. Instead of talking with us about addressing healthcare from the start, Republicans decided to pass a partisan CR, and they decided they would do nothing about the fact that healthcare premiums are about to skyrocket. They decided they preferred a shutdown because they don't want to act in time to prevent families from paying dearly with exploding healthcare costs. Good luck explaining that to the American people. Good luck arguing, sorry Republicans left town until the 11th hour and shut down the government, but you see, we wanted to make sure you couldn't afford health care. Good luck saying that to your constituents. Good luck saying, you don't understand. Those radical Democrats demanded we stop your premium from more than doubling next year. Just not going to fly. The American people are a whole lot smarter than that. And despite all this, Republican leadership is pretending they want to talk about health care later. The reality Republicans won't talk about is that higher premiums are being announced right now. Let's be clear about that because it underscores why addressing health care is so urgent. The reason we need to start this conversation right now is because people will receive letters in the mail with their new rates next month. In Idaho, open enrollment will begin October 15th. And we already know those rates are going to be much higher if Republicans insist on inaction. We already know millions of people are going to start losing their insurance. They'll be priced out if we don't get this dealt with soon. It is worth noting that according to the Kaiser Family Foundation, a quarter of our farmers and ranchers are enrolled through the healthcare marketplace. And nearly 1/2 of marketplace enrollees are small business owners, small business workers, or self-employed. Why do Republicans want to price farmers out of healthcare? Why don't they care about small businesses and their workers? I heard about one family in my home state of Washington who learned that if Republicans get their way on this, their health care premium could jump from $278 a month to as much as $1,800 a month. And they are far from alone in staring down a huge, huge health care increase if Republicans refuse to act now. Millions of families are going to see their health care costs jump by thousands of dollars. That, Mr. President, is why we have to act. That is why Democrats want to avoid. That's what we want to avoid. And we know we have to do this now. But still, Republican leadership has refused to start that conversation. Meanwhile, Democrats are at the table. We have ideas ready to go. Democrats put forward our proposal for funding the government, not as Republicans are pretending as a take it or leave it demand, but a proposal. One with several key issues we want to discuss with Republicans. We want to talk about how we stop Republicans' Medicaid cuts before our families get kicked off their health care and before Republicans' cuts shutter many of our rural hospitals. We want to talk about how we can stop Russ Vought from stealing money for cancer research. And we want to talk about how we save the health care tax credits that tens of millions depend on before those higher premiums kick in and get locked in, before families decide they just can't afford this coverage, in short, before it's too late. Because if Republicans insist on sitting on their hands, if they decide to wait until the last minute to finally work with us to save these credits, 1.5 million Americans will lose their health care. Again, that is if we do pass an extension at the last minute. If Republicans never get serious about this at all, it is going to be even worse. But even delay has a real cost here, one that is paid for by our families. So it's time for Republicans to get serious. Despite what Republicans are pretending, Democrats are not asking for the moon here. We are literally just insisting that Congress take action to address the looming health care crisis that they themselves caused. It is shocking that Republican leaders are digging in so deep against this now. If nothing changes, that is a pretty ominous sign. I hope, despite the completely partisan path Republicans are on right now, they will come to their senses and come to the table. Because I don't just want us to keep the government open with a deal brokered by both sides. I want to stop the enormous price increase that's about to hit our families. And I want us to ultimately get those full funding year bills that help people. I want those to get signed into law. So, Mr. President, here we are. And I have to say right now, what we see is Russ Vought trying to hold government workers hostage. Right now, we have House Republicans refusing to even come back here to DDC to do their jobs until next week. Right now, we have Senate Republicans replaying a failed vote. Look, if Republicans want to avoid a shutdown, like Democrats want to avoid a shutdown, then stop spending so much time saying you will sit down with us on health care later. Spend that time working with us right now. But if Republicans insist on writing a bill without any Democrats, they better pass it without Democrats too, because I'm a no. Democrats will continue to work to keep government open and to save your health care. I'm ready to keep the government open, as I said many times over the last several weeks, and I'm ready and I'm willing to stay at the table for as long as it takes. The question here remains, will Republican leadership get serious and negotiate? Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democrat leader.
We in a quorum? No. I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on passage of S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the vote on passage of S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The question occurs on passage of S2882. Upon reconsideration.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Dane. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Schatz, Schumer. Senators voting in the negative: Capito, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, Hall, Scott of South Carolina, Thune. Mr. Kelly, aye.
Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Wyden, Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer. No. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Deans. Mr. Deans, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye.
Hello. On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, The bill upon reconsideration is not passed.
Mr. President.
The Senate will please be in order.
Mr. President, we have order, please.
Please take your conversations outside the chamber.
In a few minutes, the Senate is going to vote on the Republican partisan status quo bill. It's a partisan status quo bill. The Republican CR was the wrong option for America a week ago. It remains the wrong option today because it does nothing, absolutely nothing, to solve the biggest health care crisis in America. As we speak, tens of millions of Americans are getting letters in the mail informing them that their health care premiums are about to shoot up by an average of 114%. For a working-class family that needs health care, this is a huge increase. It's going to dramatically hurt them. And our Republican colleagues want to do nothing about it. 4 million people are about to lose coverage. 24 million people will see their health care costs go up. And even if you don't have ACA, the insurers are going to raise rates on you because they're getting so much less money because of all the cuts my colleagues made. This is a crisis. Now, I know the leader is going to show a poll that says that Democrats will be blamed for the shutdown. There are many more polls that show Republicans are blamed. The question in that poll is biased. Biased. In the New York Times, but it's biased. If you turn the That's true. I don't always believe the New York Times. You can be sure of that. Neither do you. Okay. But in any case, here's a poll from Morning Consult today. 75% of Americans support extending the tax premium credit. 63% of Republicans support it. And 45% of voters say they'll blame Republicans in Congress for a government shutdown. Only 32% blame Democrats. It's natural that people understand that Donald Trump and the Republicans want to shut down and Democrats do not. We need to deal with this health care crisis now, not later. But the Republican bill fails to do that. I urge my Republican colleagues instead to join with us, work in good faith to keep the government open, keep costs down. This is a totally partisan bill. Not once were we approached about what our input should be. When I was Majority Leader, 13 different times we passed CRs. Why? Because every single one of those 13 times we negotiated with Republicans to keep the government open. We still want to have those negotiations today. Democrats remain ready to get to work to negotiate a bipartisan agreement, a truly bipartisan agreement to keep the government open. But we need to fix our health care system now. We need to stop premiums from going up dramatically. We need to be on the side of the American people because they are on our side in terms of getting this health care crisis fixed, one created by the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, which they now want to change the name because they know it's so unpopular. In fact, Republican leaders are saying, don't talk about health care because they know that we are on their side and the Republicans are not. The issue can't wait. It must be dealt with now, not in November, when it'll be too late. The Republican CR is silent on health care and the wrong option for the country. It's as simple as that. Yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we're down to the wire here. In just a moment, the Senate will vote on whether or not to keep the government open. Right here, 24 pages. Not partisan, not complicated, simple, straightforward, clean, nonpartisan, short term, till November the 21st so we can finish the appropriations process. Something I might add that never happened when the Democrats were in the majority. Last year, we never considered an appropriations bill on the floor, even though 11 of them were reported out of the Appropriations Committee. Not a single one on the floor. We want to fund the government to give our appropriators, Democrat and Republican, a chance to work on bills that have been coming out of the Appropriations Committee with big bipartisan margins. Pretty novel concept, right? Well, in just a moment, we're going to vote on whether to keep the government open. And all indications are the Democrats are going to reject the clean, nonpartisan funding extension here before us and choose to shut the government down. Now, Mr. President, my friend, the Democrat leader, and a number of other Democrats have spoken at length on many occasions about the pain that government shutdowns cause Americans. And since he mentioned it, I will show this poll. My handy. This is a poll right here, the New York Times. Oh, by the way, this morning the Democrat leader used one of my other charts. Thank you for doing that. It makes my point. I'm guessing he may be, you want to use this one? Maybe not. But this one is New York Times. And basically the question on views on whether Democrats should or should not shut down the government if their demands are not met. 65% should not, 27% should. Now, granted, I don't think the issue here is who gets the blame, who gets the political blame. That's not what this should be about. This issue, honestly, folks, is about the American people. A lot of Democrats, a lot of Republicans, a lot of independents want us to keep the government open. So why are the Democrats doing this? As was mentioned 13 times when they had the majority, we did short-term continuing resolutions. Republicans delivered, voted with Democrats to fund the government. Well, I know why we're doing this, Mr. President. The Democrats' far-left base said jump, and Democrat leaders said how high. But the far-left's determination to oppose anything President Trump has ever said or done is not a good reason for subjecting the American people to the pain of a government shutdown. So I would say to my Democrat colleagues who still care more about their constituents than the dictates of far-left interest groups, think about what you're doing. Democrat leaders may be determined to take government funding hostage for their own partisan purposes. You don't have to join them. We can pass a clean, nonpartisan bill and get back to the business of the American people. Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on passage of H.R. 5371.
The question is on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote on passage of H.R. 5371.
The question's on the motion. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The question occurs on passage of the bill upon reconsideration.
Mr. President, I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Thank you. Warren, Markley. Smith. Gotcha. Thank you. I got you. Thank you.
I'm deferring to my junior self. Not as little cellmates over here.
Tuberville,
Thank
you
you.
gotta get Tuberville. Well,
I said you, but not the cellmate.
I did. Thank you. Peters. Thank you. Young. Kramer. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso.
Coach is right here.
Bozeman's next.
Good job.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Sullivan. Good job. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Thank you. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masta, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Thank you. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, King, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Langford, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Durbin, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Paul, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 45. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the bill upon reconsideration is not passed.
President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. We just, for a second time, failed to pass a continuing resolution to allow the federal government to continue to operate. It's because we are coming to the end of the fiscal year. The appropriation bills have not all been approved, although almost all of them have been approved and approved by the Senate Committee on Appropriations, and several of them have been passed here in the United States Senate. This makes no sense to me. This is not a shutdown that makes any sense at all, and the American people, Kansans, deserve something different from the United States Senate. Every city council or commission, every school board, every local government office in my state passes a budget and then lives within that budget every year. Every local unit of government at home can figure this out, and the United States Senate is failing one more time. A shutdown means uncertainty. Shutdown means dysfunction. And the issue to me is this continuing resolution that would fund the federal government for 21 more days. I'm going to say that differently, till November the 21st. A short period of time is designed to avoid that dysfunction, to avoid that uncertainty. All that's required is that we pass a continuing resolution, 60 votes in the United States Senate, to keep government functioning so, and this is the reason it makes no sense to me, so that we can pass the remaining appropriation bills, all but one of which has been passed by the Senate Appropriations Committee, and most in hugely bipartisan ways. And for whatever purpose and for whatever reason I don't understand, that seems beyond our capability. I understand there are those who wish to bring other issues to this bill. Could we do one thing at a time, and when that one thing is as important as the continuing resolution, to do it right now, to do it yesterday, to do it tomorrow? We can't pass a continuing resolution because there are those who want to bring other issues into the bill. Could those other issues not be considered at a later time? Seems to me that passing appropriation bills, the federal government functioning, is one of the primary necessities and responsibilities of the United States Senate, of the Congress of the United States. This is simple and straightforward. Give us a few more weeks to process the remaining appropriation bills. Government continues to function while we do so. A continuing resolution, particularly long-term, is a crazy thing because it says we're going to fund the federal government at the same level in the same way that we did last year. And if it's multiple years of continuing resolutions, the same way we funded government the year before that. Does anyone believe that the priorities of this country are identical to last year? Does anybody believe that they're identical to 2 years ago? Aren't there things that deserve more money? Higher priority? Aren't there things that deserve no money? Aren't there things that deserve less money or maybe even the same? A long-term continuing resolution is a crazy idea. And the short-term resolution of a CR that we're dealing with right now is an unnecessary idea. It's unnecessary because we can pass the appropriation bills and avoid a long-term CR, and we just need the time to do it. So a short-term continuing resolution, do it, take up the appropriation bills, as this majority leader has promised to do, and this majority leader has demonstrated he's willing to do it. It's a pretty straightforward solution to me. Give us a little more time, a few more weeks. Immediately begin the consideration of the appropriation bills that have been reported by the Senate Committee on Appropriations. And at the end of that period of time, we don't need a continuing resolution. We will have done our task. I yield the floor.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I thank the senator from Kansas, and at the risk of getting him into political trouble, I am a huge fan of his. But I want to address the question that he asked, which I think is a legitimate one, which is, what's the hurry on the Affordable Care Act premiums? And there's a really straightforward answer, which is that people are getting letters tomorrow from their insurance carriers. Around 24 million people are going to get letters anytime from now until mid-November. And they are going to pay. Now, 24 million Americans are going to be told that because of the last tax bill that was just enacted by Trump and the Republicans, that people are going to be paying an average of 114% more per person per month. So it's not like we just went into a lab and cooked up an issue to try to hijack some unrelated moving legislative vehicle. The reason for this is that 24 million Americans are specifically on the ACA exchange, and they're absolutely going to get hosed. And because we're all in the same risk pool, it's not just people on the ACA exchange that are going to see massive increases in their health care premiums. Almost every American is about to see a spike in their health care premiums, just like they've seen electricity rates going up at double the rate of inflation, just like they've seen the price of vegetables go up by 39%, just like they've seen shortages of lumber and labor. We have an opportunity to do something because our Republican colleagues, at least some of them, understand the magnitude of this problem for their constituents. And so the normal thing to do in a functioning legislative body where the President of the United States does not believe that he is an elected monarch is to try to negotiate some accommodation. After all, these are all of our constituents. It's not like they're exclusively in urban areas or something. They're not exclusively Democrats. In fact, they're slightly more Republican than Democrat on the ACA exchange. And so if this were a normal, functioning time in American-style democracy, the President of the United States would convene what they call the four corners, majority and minority leader of the Senate, Speaker and minority leader of the House, and we'd try to figure out whether there was an accommodation to be made to save our collective constituents from all this pain. And so when Democrats had the trifecta, When Democrats had the House and the Senate and the presidency, we didn't have any shutdowns. And it wasn't because there's more goodwill on the Republican side towards continuing resolutions than there is on the Democratic side towards continuing resolutions. The reason is because Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi sat down with Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy or whomever it was and the president, and they figured out a deal. Even to raise the debt ceiling, Kevin McCarthy said, not for free. So this idea that the minority party, only this minority party, only in this time in United States Senate history, we are to shut up and do whatever we are told. And what's worse is they're asking the majority party to do the same thing. This president believes that he's a monarch. This president finds the legislative branch to be a nuisance. And you know what? The legislative branch is a nuisance. That's the architecture of the Constitution of the United States. We're supposed to be in a struggle with each other. We're supposed to argue and fight. And then we're supposed to come to an accommodation. But we can't come to an accommodation until there's a meeting. And so we're going to be here fighting for health care, and we're also going to be here fighting to reopen the government. If the clock strikes midnight and we're not able to avert this shutdown, then we are going to be here ready to deal. We understand we're not going to get everything we want. We understand we're in the minority. We understand we're out of power. But understand this, we're not powerless. We still represent, pessimistically, 47% of the, certainly 47% of the Senate seats, but something like half the country wants us to represent their point of view. And the point of view that we are representing, by the way, is shared by most of the constituents who are represented by Republicans too. And so there is still a pathway, but it has to be pursued. And so the onus is on the President of the United States and the Majority Leader and the Speaker to find that pathway. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're just a few hours away from the start of a government shutdown that could have been prevented by Washington Republicans just talking to us. But Donald Trump and Washington Republicans chose to once again put politics ahead of the American people. They won't come and talk to us. After slashing Medicaid and taking health care away from families who need it the most, Donald Trump and Washington Republicans are now shutting down the government, like I said, because they refuse to come to the table. They refuse to have a conversation. They refuse to work in a bipartisan way to stop a massive spike in health care costs for hard-working families, for all of you. And that's it. That's it. This is why Trump's about to shut down the entire federal government. You know, my dad often said, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And it's clear that Donald Trump and Washington Republicans want you to have nothing. Nothing. Because they're doing everything they can to take away health care from as many Americans as possible. And for every American, everyone out there, your health care premiums are about to double. About to double. Everybody across the board. So while Republicans, those folks here in Washington, fight for billionaires, Democrats are here fighting for you, for your health care, for your ability to see a doctor, get your prescriptions without breaking the bank. In my state of Nevada, over 110,000 Nevadans get their health care coverage through the Affordable Care Act's marketplace. We know it as Nevada Health Link. Nearly 95,000 of those families are able to afford their premiums using Nevada Health Link, thanks to what we call the enhanced premium tax credits. So I want to be clear, because there's a lot of misunderstanding here. It's not a handout. It isn't welfare. It's just a tax break that helps lower the costs for nearly 95,000 Nevadans so they can afford to buy an insurance policy, so they can go to the doctor when they're sick and have a copay, and go to the pharmacy to get their medication for a copay, so they can just afford their insurance. And we're talking about hardworking families, small business owners, workers who don't get health care through their jobs, so many of them. And these enhanced tax credits, they're about to expire. They're about to expire this year. And if Congress fails to act, health care costs across the board will double for everyone. Everyone. So when premium costs go up, many families won't be able to afford it any longer, meaning they'll lose their care. And the ones who can afford it, their deductible is going to be so high, they're never going to meet it, and they're still going to be paying out of pocket in ways they can't afford. You know, more than 38,000 people in my state alone, well, they're going to probably lose their coverage right away, all because Washington Republicans just refused to extend this tax credit, allowing them to purchase their own insurance. Families, sadly, are going to be forced to make impossible choices. They'll be forced to delay care. They'll skip doctor's visits. They'll cut their medication in half. Cut those pills, give them half a shot of insulin to make ends meet. And these choices are real. They're real for these families, and sometimes they have tragic consequences. And since the beginning of this year, Democrats have been trying to work in good faith with Washington Republicans to extend these ACA enhanced premium tax credits and protect Americans' health care coverage. We've even introduced bills to extend the tax credits. We've tried to pass them right here on the floor, and at every turn, Washington Republicans have refused. They refused to hear your voice, refused to listen to you. My phone is ringing off the hook about people scared to death about losing their health insurance. And earlier today, when given an opportunity to keep the government open and extend the credits, every Republican voted no. Instead of working with Democrats to keep health care affordable, Washington Republicans are holding the government and the American people's health hostage to score political points. So I'm going to be clear here. We will not be bullied by Donald Trump, and we will not be bullied by Washington Republicans into sacrificing your health care, the health care of American families, of our children, of our seniors, of our friends and neighbors. Not now, not ever. Trump can't bully us into taking away your health care. Nevadans sent me here to fight for them, not to cave and let Washington Republicans and Donald Trump take away your ability to go to the doctor and get your medication. Everyone should have access to affordable, quality care. Health care is not a bargaining chip. It's not a political weapon. It's a lifeline. And Washington Republicans have the power. They have the power to prevent this shutdown today. Just come and talk with us. So I urge them to do their jobs. Come to the table, have a discussion, have a negotiation, extend the ACA premium tax credits, put people over politics. The time is now. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. My thoughts tonight are with the millions of Americans who will bear the brunt of this shutdown. The families in the path of hurricanes who will go without the services of FEMA, the veterans who will lack many of the helping hands in the VA, the recipients of Social Security who will be unable to verify their cards or perhaps receive payments that they've been denied, and others, millions of others Americans who unnecessarily will be hurt, perhaps people who depend on the social safety net that we have established and may be torn by this shutdown. And I'm thinking about the millions of Americans, about 24 million in total, 139,000 in Connecticut alone, who will be notified that they can buy health insurance as a result of open enrollment. But what they lack in information is whether or not that health insurance will be affordable, because they have no way of knowing whether it will extend beyond the end of the year, those subsidies that are so essential to their affording health care. And our Republican colleagues, we just heard the senator from Kansas say, there's no hurry. Well, Americans can't get sick on Donald Trump's timetable. When people are told there's no hurry if you get sick for medical care, that sounds cruel because it is cruel and it's stupid. People who go without health insurance may lack the health care that can save costs of preventing more serious illness. And those costs eventually are borne by all of us. So this misguided denial of the certainty people need that health care insurance subsidies will be extended beyond the end of the year really affects all of us. Premiums are rising already for all of us by 18% this year alone, because the healthiest people are deciding they're not going to buy health insurance, and insurance companies are predicting they'll have to increase their costs to cover the sicker people who will buy the health insurance because they need it. But the simple fact is, nobody is invincible. All of us need health care. And the Affordable Care Act recognizes that health care in America aspirationally should be a human right. And our failure to provide it to those millions of Americans who will find health care insurance unaffordable is unacceptable. And that's why we are taking this stand, and why America can't wait for Donald Trump to tell them that they are sick enough now to be given this subsidy which they deserve. I'm here to urge my Republican colleagues to stop rolling over for Donald Trump. Their constituents, as well as ours, are affected by this delay in providing affordable health insurance. For months, we have been calling attention to the need to act now. And this shutdown was avoidable. The path to stopping it was available, and shortening it, assuming it will occur, is still a possibility. If we come together, if Republicans are willing to negotiate, if they come back to town, House Republicans are out of town. They are out of touch with reality. And the way forward is simply bipartisan negotiations, coming together, reaching a solution, as is the way shutdowns have been avoided in the past. The fact is that Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, actually a big, blatant betrayal, along with inaction and avoidance by Republicans, are already wreaking havoc on Americans. In Connecticut, health insurance rates for 2026 have increased by nearly 18%, the largest increase in the last 6 years. Without the subsidies, consumers with ACA coverage will see premium increases in the range of 75%. I have visited with hospitals, community health centers, physicians, and many more who have raised their deep concerns about the impending cuts in Medicaid. The budget bill Republicans passed in July is threatening also Medicaid coverage for 158,000 Connecticut residents. And anyone lucky enough to keep their coverage will see reduced benefits as the state struggles to make up the differences in lost federal revenue. Americans and our health care system simply can't afford to be nickeled and dimed like Republicans are forcing them to do. The ACA premium tax credits have protected millions of Americans from higher health care costs. They've reduced the number without health care insurance. They've provided robust choices for consumers and provided stability for health care providers, particularly in rural areas, and there are rural areas affected in Connecticut. And in addition to the impending cuts in Medicaid, Republicans are refusing to extend these subsidies. It is cruel, it is unnecessary, it is dumb. So I'm here to advocate for the 139,000 Connecticut residents who depend on these credits and the 24 million Americans who are making decisions about health care insurance coverage right now at their kitchen tables, in their living rooms, in their home. It should not be a partisan issue. At the end of the day, it's a choice. Do we choose a highly successful solution that has reduced health care costs for the whole nation, or do we allow the clock to run out and raise health care costs for families in every state in this country? That choice can still be made in the next 24 hours, in the next 2 days, to shorten and lessen the pain that will be felt by Americans. I choose to stand with working families. I will fight, and we are unified in our fight as a matter of conscience and conviction. We will not be bullied. Donald Trump should know that we will stand strong for working families in America. They deserve health care. It is about saving health care and holding Donald Trump accountable to follow the law. When there is a budget, when it's passed by Congress and signed by the president, he cannot be allowed to simply ride roughshod over it and disregard it. It is the rule of law and health care that's at stake here, and I will fight for them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Well, we are headed into a miserable situation. It is a miserable situation for all of the federal employees around the globe who are going to be put into shutdown mode. It is a miserable situation for our country as the rest of the world looks at us as the gang that can't get its act together and pass simple funding bills for the government. It is an extraordinarily frustrating moment to be here now. There are very few people for whom this is not a miserable prospect, but there are a few of them, and one of them is OMB Director Russell Vought, who is a strange character who has spent his life in the care and feeding of the fossil fuel industry and big polluters, and who takes a perverse joy in destroying American government from the inside. Mr. President, I see that the Majority Leader has come to the floor, asked unanimous consent that when he is concluded and I pick my remarks back up, my remarks be linked back together as if they had been made without interruption.
Without objection.
With that, I yield the floor to the Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank the Senator from Rhode Island for yielding. I'll be very quick here. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the in-block consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk. SRES 427, SRES 428, SRES 429.
Is there an objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered and made laid upon the table, all in bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration. The Senate now proceed to SRES 396.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 396, condemning the tragic act of violence on September 10, 2025 in Evergreen, Colorado, and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, October the 1st, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, and the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for the use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and Senate resume consideration of calendar number 115, S2296.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, for the information of my colleagues, senators should expect 3 votes at 11 a.m. and further votes later in the day. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my colleagues.
Without objection. The Senator from Rhode Island.
So there will be misery ahead for most normal people, not counting the weird ones who like inflicting pain and doing damage for the benefit of a bunch of creepy right-wing billionaires who've propped them up their whole lives. And the reason we're here is really twofold. One, as they've shown during the Trump regime, Republicans really don't want to govern. They want to rule. They don't want to talk to Democrats, even where they need our votes. Here they need our votes. And yet, what have we been offered to get those votes? Nothing. Not even discussions. The president only met with the Democratic leaders just yesterday. And he didn't seem to be aware of what was at stake here for the Americans who are about to lose a huge health care benefit. They just go wildly forward. We've seen it over and over again here on the Senate floor. How many times in just the few months that we've been here in this administration have Republicans done the thing that they were furious when we even talked about doing, to overrule the parliamentarian and change the rules to make things easier for themselves rather than negotiate with us? My count is 4 already. 4! And we're only 9 months in. They don't want to govern. They don't want to talk to us. They want to rule. They want to dictate to us. And at the same time, the other reason we're here is that there's this strange Republican fixation with taking health care away from people. I do not understand it. There are lots of Republican constituents who really depend on Medicaid, who really feel great that they're on Medicare, who really have their family budgets made possible by the credits from the Affordable Care Act. It's not like Democrats get the benefit of this. Everybody gets the benefit of this. And yet, what have we been put through just in these months? $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. Already, hospitals and nursing homes and doctors' practices are reeling at what those cuts mean for their financial viability. Medicare, $500 billion in cuts, hidden in the bill in a tricky way so that the cuts come through sequestration and nobody has to own them. They can do a Pontius Pilate hand wash of the cuts. Well, no, we saw what you did. You own it. It's a $500 billion cut to Medicare. And why you would want to do that, I cannot imagine, but that's what you did. And now we have these cuts to people receiving help, paying for their health care under the Affordable Care Act. It's going to be about 40,000 Rhode Islanders. These aren't people who have loads of money. Their premiums are going to, on average, double or better. I mentioned a retired mental health counselor yesterday. She's going to have $477 in added expense every single month because of this. And it all starts now. It all starts happening now. So when we're told, why are we forcing the issue now? It's because now is when the issue is upon us. When we're told, why don't we negotiate later? My question is, why aren't we negotiating now? Why would we believe when we're told that you'll negotiate later on this when you won't negotiate now on this? Now when you need our votes, you won't negotiate on something that you say you'll negotiate later? Why does that make any sense? Why is that even remotely credible? The harm starts now. The negotiations should start now. And frankly, what Democrats are asking for is something you ought to be doing anyway, just to help your own constituents. This shouldn't be hard at all. We should not be here having this conversation. This should have been resolved already, except that the Republican majority wants to rule, not govern, and they have this strange fixation with taking away health care, even from their own constituents. Over and over again, we've seen it. We've seen it with the repeated overrulings of the parliamentarian. We've seen it with the Beautiful for Billionaires bill that got rammed through with a simple majority. We've seen it with the change in the rules to allow 100 nominees to go through at a time under advice and consent. We have seen it with clean air standards that help everyone being repealed over and over and over again. The Republicans take the path that allows them to rule, not to govern, that allows them to ignore the minority party even when they need our votes, even when what we're asking for is in their constituents' interests, even when what we're asking for is something that their constituents want. Even then, we're up against this blockade. So I hope that Republicans come to their senses. I hope that the president realizes what he is doing and that we can put an end to this shutdown as quickly as possible. But let me make this absolutely clear. This is a shutdown that lands entirely at the feet of the Republican Party that controls the Senate, that controls the House, that controls the presidency, that won't negotiate with Democrats even when it needs our votes, and that has an unhealthy fixation with taking away health care from their fellow Americans. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Madam President, I'm asking why we're here. Why we're here on the floor of the Senate as the hours tick down to the end of the federal fiscal year and the shutdown of the federal government. I've served here 15 years. I've seen my share of shutdowns, and I know how much they hurt. How much they hurt the men and women of our military, federal law enforcement, folks who serve and protect our country at home and abroad. And they should not have to wonder when or if they'll get paid. A shutdown isn't good for our reputation abroad and our cohesion at home. I have always worked to find some path, some deal, some way to keep the government open. And I've talked to a dozen colleagues in recent days about this fight and about tonight. This is about health care. This is about my party saying enough is enough. We know that if you have health care, everything else can work itself out. And if you don't have your health, almost nothing else matters. President Trump ran on making America healthy again, on reducing prices, on making life easier for the working people of our country and their families. And instead, what we've seen is decision after decision, action after action by President Trump and the Republicans in Congress that raises prices on health care, on insurance, on drugs, on medications, whether it's the tariffs being imposed on prescription medications or the decision to end subsidies that keep health insurance affordable, or it's laying off thousands of researchers working to help cure pediatric cancer or address ALS or do research into HIV/AIDS, decision after decision that moves us in the wrong direction, that makes us sicker, poorer, and more divided. I'm usually one of the first to walk across the aisle and say, let's find a solution. Let's find a way out of this. And I've been doing that in recent days, talking with colleagues. But I can't see a way forward if we can't change direction and together say to the people we serve, we want to help with your health care. We want to stop the cuts to NIH and CDC. We want to reduce the increases in health insurance costs. We want to help you and your family. In my home state of Delaware, emergency room wait times are too long. And as millions of Americans get thrown off of health insurance, they're going to go to the emergency room. And those wait times will get longer and longer for all of us. Next month, we're going to find out how much health insurance premiums go up. For some Americans, they're going to double. But for all of us, they will go up. Healthcare is getting costlier, and Americans are getting sicker. So why am I standing on this floor tonight saying I'm not voting to keep this government open? Because enough is enough. There are ways we can and should work together to change direction, to put on the floor the bipartisan health appropriations bill that'll restore tens of billions of dollars to the NIH and CDC, that'll stop Trump's cuts to American health care and insurance and research. There's a path towards reforming and extending the Affordable Care Act that both parties should agree on. But folks, if you're listening, your member of Congress needs to hear from you, needs to know that you want us to work together to reverse course and end Trump's tragic cuts to health care. If my colleagues don't get those calls, they won't change direction. If they don't change direction, we won't reopen this government. Make no mistake, we have Republicans in control of the House and Senate and the White House. If they want to find a way forward that reduces the harm to Americans and our health care, we can. And I'll be one of the first to extend my hand to find that path. But if we don't change direction, we shouldn't reopen this government, because Americans have taken too many hits already, too much additional cost, too much cuts to health care research, too much increase to health insurance costs. This is a fight about America's health care, and we're fighting for you. Thank you. With that, I yield the floor.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam President, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Madam President, as my colleague from Delaware just noted, we are here today because Republicans have created a healthcare crisis for millions of Americans. And like the senator from Delaware, I am someone that works across the aisle all the time. I have one of the best records for bipartisan bills, and I think that's an important part of our governing, and that is to find common ground. You don't always pick your neighbors, but you find a way to live next to your neighbors. You find a way to work with them. And what is so unfortunate about what's going on tonight is that didn't happen here. There was no crossing over the fence with some coffee for the neighbors to try to have a meeting, to try to work this out. In fact, it was Senator Schumer and Leader Jeffries that had a request time and time again that got canceled on a meeting with the president. There is still time to continue to negotiate, but not if they're just going to say, hey, this healthcare thing, it's not a problem. Well, maybe we can deal with it in December. First of all, who would believe that when Donald Trump just decides one thing one day or posts something on Truth Social and then everyone changes what they agreed to, which has happened time and time again. So that's one reason it's not reality unless he's at the table. Number 2, it's not reality because this is not a December problem. This is not a January problem. This is a now problem. November 1st. That's when people start re-enrolling. Whole bunch of small businesses, 20 million people. More than a quarter of the farmers in this country who are already facing, as one of my farmers said to me last week, a perfect storm of ugly. That's about the tariffs, that's about their input costs with fertilizer, and that's about their personal health care costs. A perfect storm of ugly. When you're in a big storm in Minnesota, you don't just go outside and hold an umbrella and think maybe it'll go away. You do something about it then. You take cover then. You help people take cover then. That's not what they're doing with this vote tonight. We have a bill that would help millions of Americans sleep easier. We're still dealing with the tariffs. We're still going to push on that, which has led to all of these grocery cost increases. We see what's happening with the electricity cost increase. Costs are up, chaos is up, and corruption is up. But there is one thing we can do, and that's one of the biggest cost drivers when we look at inflation, and that is health care. So let's start with how we got here. We know that over 110 million Americans depend on Medicare and Medicaid. 110 million. These programs cover everything from hospital visits to life-saving prescriptions to the long-term care that allows seniors to remain in their homes. And these programs, along with Social Security and SNAP, which is the nutrition program, have driven poverty among seniors for years to record lows. Best poverty-fighting program there is, Medicare, Medicaid. But the budget that congressional Republicans passed earlier this summer without our votes, again, didn't listen to us, makes the biggest cut in history to Medicare and Medicaid. That's right, the biggest cut in history, while all these other costs are going up. Their budget cut Medicaid by over $1 trillion and will trigger more than $500 billion in Medicare cuts. How does that happen? Because they didn't put, well, the debt is so high from that bill because of the $1 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans and the $1 trillion in tax cuts and giveaways for corporations, that it actually automatically triggered $500 billion in Medicare cuts on hospitals. So when we go, as we did, our members on the Democratic side last week, and met with people in hospitals and patients and doctors and nurses, we heard about that. We heard about the 15 million Americans that are going to get shoved off their health care. But the one thing they could have done, and they voted against it once, but we know behind closed doors they're very interested in doing something about this, it is the tax credits to help people afford their health insurance. Without these tax credits, more than 20 million Americans will see their premiums skyrocket. Kaiser study just today came out. Double the premiums. That's why one of my hospitals told me, look, of course Medicaid hits us hard. Of course Medicare does. But so many of our patients and the people who visit our clinic are on MNsure, that's the Affordable Care Act plan in my state, that if this happens, a whole bunch of them won't be able to afford it. Then they're going to show up in our emergency rooms. They're going to show up without insurance. They're not going to get the surgeries that they need, and they're not going to do their doctor's visits. That's why you've seen some Republicans, some overtly, saying, we've got to do something about this. They shouldn't be talking about off-ramps. They should be talking about how to get their constituents off a cliff. Earlier this year, we marked the 60th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid. As we look back at this monumental achievement, we should be strengthening health care in this country, not undermining it. We made progress, right? Capping out-of-pocket costs, passing my bill to allow Medicare to finally negotiate for better prices, making health care more affordable. But we should be building on that progress because the status quo is not okay for people right now. We should be building on that progress by making improvements to these programs, not making them harder. So we are calling on our Republican colleagues to pass our bill. And if they can bring themselves to do that, or at least to sit in a room and negotiate and actually get this done, the president prides himself in the art of the deal, well, show us the deal. Don't say you don't need our votes, because you just found out tonight that you do. They need our colleagues to stop taking cues from a guy who, after a meeting about one of the most important moments in his presidency, puts out a deep fake video, offensive, making fun of the leaders. Who does that? What other president has done something like that when they're actually in a negotiation? This isn't political theater. These are real people, like the woman at Senator Shaheen's Spotlight hearing today, who was from Maine, and she is going to talk to her doctor, literally met with her doctor to say, okay, I can't afford these increases, so how do I manage to ration my medication for MS? And the doctor said, it doesn't work like that. The pressure will build in your brain. Well, I hope the pressure from the public, when they see what's going on, is going to build. And we're starting to see it all over the country right now. This is not the time to just accept the status quo and say we can't do anything about it while our constituents are going off that premium cliff. So maybe the president needs to get out and talk to that farmer whose soybean market has dried up. Now he's not going to be able to afford his health insurance, and see that perfect storm of ugly. He's not going to meet those people on the golf course in Mar-a-Lago. I can tell you that right now. He needs to get out there. And it's time to start taking cues and listen to real people and not memes and not fake deep fake videos. This is not a joke. Our bill is a path forward, and we ask them to come to the table and negotiate with us. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam President, I rise today because I literally just about 2 minutes ago finished a telephone town hall with over 5,000 people back home in New Jersey that joined up to try to figure out what in the world is happening to our government right now when they see just this abdication of leadership from the White House to leadership here in Congress to step up right now at a time of need. Thousands of people from across New Jersey that had called in worried about how the shutdown is going to affect their lives, how the healthcare costs that they are going to be experiencing are going to reshape their ability to be able to deliver care for those that need care the most. The simple story is they're scared. The people I talked to, they were nervous about what comes next. And frankly, they're pissed off about this. They know that this is not how a government should function. They know that, yes, we need to be able to step up and have negotiations, but how can you have negotiations when one chamber of this Congress isn't even showing up to work this week? That's right. When I told them about how Speaker Johnson didn't even bring the House of Representatives to work this week, even though they were supposed to, they were furious. If we're going to ask public servants to show up to work tomorrow, if we're going to ask our military to show up to work tomorrow without getting paid, the least that our Republicans in the House of Representatives can do is show up to work here. We should be furious about this. It's an abdication of leadership. It is a dereliction of duty. It is one of the most shameful things that I've seen in terms of just giving up on something that is so important, is going to have so much impact on so many people across this country. What I heard is they want us to be the adults in the room, to sit together, to be able to have the kind of dialogue. But instead, what we see is just this posturing and back and forth from Donald Trump, from leadership on the Republican side that hold the gavels here. And yes, the Republicans control the White House, they control the Senate, they control the House of Representatives, and the American people know that, and they know who is at fault for where we stand right now, that we are all about 3 hours away from a government shutdown. And this is something that I take personally. As someone who worked as a career civil servant before, I told my constituents today how I worked as a civil servant. I worked through multiple shutdowns before. Of course, I don't want to see us get to this place, and this should be an absolute last resort. But again, when they're not even bothering to show up to work, we know where their priorities land, that they have been moving towards this and barreling our country towards this for a long time now. So my constituents have every bit a right to be feeling pissed off about this. Because after we were already going through this in March, they see government once again not working for them. And they're right. Where have the attempts been over the past few months to work together to avoid this scenario? And again, it's not just about process. I don't want people to think that this is just some tug of war, that this is just some battle for political power, that this is just some challenge between political parties for who has the momentum on their side. There's real struggle. And I heard that on this town hall. We had people like Letitia from Camden who said that with the prices so high, quote, every choice feels like a sacrifice and the stress is constant. It's affecting how they're able to hold up and how they feel when they wake up every morning, what keeps them up at night. Still, she remains determined to advocate for families like hers who deserve stability, dignity, and hope. Or an urgent call from Barbara, who begged us not to back down from this fight. Laura from Brick, who called and urged Democrats not to back down from this fight, and just being able to say how concerned she was for just regular citizens to be able to make things easier for everyone impacted. She was asking, how can she help? She's asking, how can she help those that are struggling from the shutdown? She frankly wants to do more than what Speaker Johnson is doing on the other side of this building. Or people like Mick from Toms River, who although was trying to be an informed citizen and learn what was going on, was having trouble figuring out fact from fiction regarding this budget because it's just the sheer amount of disinformation and lies that we see out there in political rhetoric. Lies that are blatantly trying to smear and make it difficult for the American people to understand what's at stake. So yes, when we hear the Speaker of the House talking about how this funding, that this is Democrats that are trying to cut resources from FEMA or make it harder for people to get care through the WIC program for women, infants, and children. Well, look, it's just deception. Because what we already know is that reconciliation bill that was passed, this is something that is estimated to potentially affect 3 million people, preventing them from getting care through the WIC program already. 3 million out of 8 million that get care now. So who is it that's actually hurting people's ability to get those services? And FEMA? Are you kidding me? I literally heard it out of the mouth of the president and the Homeland Security Secretary that they want to abolish FEMA. And here we are hearing it from the speaker, making it seem like the blame is over here. These are things these are issues that people understand, like Jody from Manchester, who is concerned that with all the rising prices, that she will have to choose between being able to afford food or medicine, because costs are simply too high for her to be able to afford both. No one in this country, the richest, most powerful country in the world, should ever have to make that kind of trade-off. Yet we see right now, we're on the cusp of it, not just 3 hours away from a shutdown, but over the course of tomorrow and the coming days, Americans all over this country will be getting their new bills when it comes to health care. And we see that tens of millions of them will have to pay more, possibly double what they're already paying. Over 4.5 million Americans to lose their care, including many in New Jersey. That is a catastrophe that we see coming. We knew it was coming, and we were trying to take action to be able to address that. And what happened? Kicking the can down the road. When does open enrollment start when it comes to healthcare? Starts in November. So what good is it if we punt towards Thanksgiving, which is what this body tried to do? They need solutions now. They need answers now. And they're not getting it, and they're certainly not seeing anything that resembles leadership in this country right now. So yes, when I'm hearing from Lorena from Forked River, who says that, literally could lose her current health insurance if the ACA premiums go away, that's what we're fighting for. That's what I hope people see over the coming period as this continues on. Because I know it's so easy to make it feels like, again, it's just completely detached. And often it really seems that way. It feels like people here in the Senate, here in Congress, at the White House, that we're playing with other people's chips, that we don't feel it ourselves. I have to say, I found it disgusting when I learned in 2019 and I came into Congress that the president and members of Congress get paid during the shutdown, that they continue to get their salary while service members in our military and other public servants do not, even though they are showing up to do the work. We should not be held to a different standard. We should not be in a place where it seems like we're above the rest. Because that's exactly what the rest of the American people believe. They believe that we think that we're above the law, that we don't have to obey it, that we don't have to follow the rules that other people do, and that's why they are losing trust in this government. And I can tell you, come midnight today, they have every bit reason to believe that, because we have failed to be able to deliver for so many people. We had Lucinda from Whiting write in telling us, begging us to hold the line when it comes to fighting for health care. Because in her words, quote, I definitely cannot afford my ACA insurance without the advanced premium tax credits. If costs go up and health care gets more expensive, I will have to go without insurance and not go to the doctor. These are just a fraction of the thousands of calls and emails and outreach that we've received. We asked people to share their stories. We got over 3,500 stories back just this week about people's concerns about what's happening with this shutdown and losing health care. We need to recognize that a president who can't even be bothered to learn about the hurt that is being put forward by his own party when it comes to our health care, that our bill is not one that is looking out for them. We need leaders who understand what is going on. We need leaders who care about the people they are supposed to be leading. We need leaders who will actually be the adults in the room. And yes, so I rise today to make that promise to New Jersey and to the American people that I will keep fighting for you and fight with you as we go through this. And we're going through uncertain times. We're entering unprecedented times. And I know that it's a lot for everyone. But again, we remember why we fight here. That while I'm giving this speech, I'm worried about the care that my father's getting, and my father's health is declining rapidly. Every single one of us knows what it's like to have a loved one struggling when it comes to their care. And I know everyone knows that experience of saying that we would try to move heaven and earth to be able to make sure that they get the care that they need in their time of greatest need? And how can I, when I stand by thinking about 4.5 million Americans, including many in my state, losing health care, making it harder for them to be able to deliver for their family, how can I say that this is a time to roll over, that this is a time to stand down? No. We draw the line here. We fight for your health care. We fight for your lives, your ability to deliver for your loved ones, and to be able to stand up together and say, this is not how our government should work. This is not how our democracy should function. We deserve better. The American people deserve better, and that's what we're going to fight for. We're going to fight for better. With that, I yield back the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.